course, a mile and a quarter, a historic race and a very competitive race as well, where the top two going into the betting have different running styles. Fierceness with the early speed and Sierra Leone, that deep closing type. Can't wait to see how it all plays out as I welcome in my co-host, Sarah Elbadwi. At least I get her name right. But Sarah, a fun rendition of this year's Kentucky Derby. And it's crazy to think we're here already, all the lead up going into this day.
I know, time has flown by so quickly, and everybody that has ever messed up your last name is so happy now that you did it yourself. But either way, I mean, I feel as though this is a race that merits a lot of expectation coming in for the top two, and perhaps maybe you could find some prices to upset both of them underneath.
If you're watching on the Fox Sports app, we will be moving over to FS2 as soon as the UConn-Denver women's lacrosse game is done. But thanks for joining us here for the time being, as we will kick off our live racing action with the third from Belmont at the Big A. Here's a look at the field going a mile for this $50,000 claiming race. And we welcome in the third member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, happy Derby Day.
Thanks, Acacia. Happy Derby Day to you and to everybody out there. Always an exciting time in our sport. Starting off our show here, I'm going to talk about two horses that look very logical on paper and look tremendous in the physical appearance, and that's the 5 Gentleman Joe. He just couldn't look better. Dappled out, great coat, looks good. And one thing that I really kind of come in tune with is horses from the David Jacobson barn. When they look good, they tend to run well. Now, this horse is coming back on short rest, just 6 days. But we've seen, David have some success doing that. And when I see a horse coming back off a short rest, I'm looking to see if they're a little tucked up, if they've, shown some ill effects from that race. I do not see that with Gentleman Joe. The 6 horse from the Linda Rice barn, also making that quick turnaround, 6 days, ran on the same day in a different race against a horse named Ben Duke, who I think will be heard from as one of the major players in stakes races this year. He was a really impressive winner and a beautiful horse for Belmont. Lord Captain's going to be my top selection. I love the outside post. Linda has been so good at identifying horses that respond well to the short rest, turning around in a quick time, like 6 days, and he looks fantastic. He carries really good weight and completely dappled out. So I'm about the 6, and also nice to see Jose Lezcano back in the saddle.
Yes, it definitely is. Richie, thank you. Jose Lezcano suffering a mild concussion after being unseated last week, so we're thrilled to see him back riding here today. Lord Captain, it does seem, Sarah, like he's getting back to the proper level.
He does, and it seems like this is a race where you have a lot of horses that are returning to where they belong in terms of class. Clicking over to favoritism right now, Magnolia Midnight, a horse that I think will be forward early on in this race. I took a small shot with the 1A Centavo horse that has some races that would make him competitive, though the recent one's a little bit questionable.
Centavo 18-1, longest price on the board, so you'll get a good payday there. Race 3 loading in Belmont at the Big A. Here's track announcer Chris Griffin with the call.
Is it all set? And they're off. Market Alert breaks very well. Centavo in the early mix, and in between horses, there's Magnolia Midnight, Lord Captain up on the far outside. It's going to be Magnolia Midnight is in front, is now a neck in front of Lord Captain, who's going to stalk from second as they get set to come out of the chute. Market Alert. Eric Cancel now moves well off the rail, as in between horses, is now in the 4th position, gets passed by Gentleman Joe, who's going to be wide as they move up the backstretch. Centavo is tracking in 5th at the back. Grandpa's Kid, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Magnolia Midnight's got the lead as alone up top. Right towards the outside is Lord Captain, and here comes the run from Gentleman Joe. Starts to move forward, 3 wide. At the rail there's Market Alert, is trying to move on through and does. Lord Captain is now back to 4th, is dropping back through the field with Centavo, who's rallying on out wider. Far back still is Grandpa's Kid. 45-4 for that half-mile time. Magnolia Midnight is cruising along right now as Gentleman Joe is the one within range, is a length off the leader. Centavo is trying to rally on wide. Market Alert is under a full drive, and Lord Captain is trying to re-rally now in between horses. Magnolia Midnight at the top of the stretch, but Gentleman Joe and Isaac Castillo ready to pounce, and Gentleman Joe is taking the lead. It's Gentleman Joe now with a nose in front, now a full half length in front. Down towards the inside, Magnolia Midnight's battling on from far, far out of it. Grandpa's Kid is rolling but running out of time. Gentleman Joe and Magnolia Midnight down to these two. Gentleman Joe is edging clear late. It's going to be Gentleman Joe to get the victory. Gentleman Joe wins it over Magnolia Midnight, Lord Captain, Market Alert, Centavo, and Grandpa's Kid in 1 minute 36.54 seconds.
Gentleman Joe on the 6-day turnaround got good comments from Richie in the preliminaries as to how he was handling himself, and he will get the win as your co-favorite.
Yeah, horse that was stretching back out in distance after 2 tries, going a little bit shorter. And the last time that he was going a distance of ground, he was fresh off the layoff, but it was a victory for him. A nice stalking trip towards the outside by Isaac Castillo to sit just off of Magnolia Midnight and have just enough to go on by.
5, 3, 6, and a photo for 4th as Gentleman Joe was able to pull away from Magnolia Midnight once he switched to that outside lead, pulling away under Isaac Castillo. Quick turnaround, back to the mile, and back to what he wants to do. Gentleman Joe gets the win, owned and trained by David Jacobson. They're in race number 3 at Belmont at the Big A, and it was actually the number 2, Market Alert, who ended up getting second there in that photo. Take a look at what else is still to come on today's program. We still have races 4 through 10. Belmont at the Big A. Plenty of stakes action with the Fort Marcy, Elusive Quality, and the Ruffian. We're fast and firm in New York. Fast main track at Oaklawn Park as well, with races 3 through 10 on our show. Lake Hamilton, the feature over there. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. You can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet and a $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Derby. You'll want that today with Kentucky Derby 150 coming up. Use promo code DERBY25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. As mentioned, 3 stakes on the program today, as the Ruffian will be coming up a little bit later on in race number 10, a mile for the fillies and mares. And this race kind of revolves around randomized, it does seem, Sarah. A horse who ran so well in the Breeders' Cup Distaff behind Idiomatic, who we did see come back to win the Grade 1 La Troyenne yesterday at Churchill.
We did, and I mean, Randomized is a horse that was winning the Alabama in dominating fashion when sent to the lead early on by Joel Rosario, but when she finished that game second to Idiomatic in the Breeders' Cup, that was her first time really running against some of the classier older horses. The Beldame was kind of a group that she could handle, at least on paper, relative to her facing older company for the first time. And Santa Anita is kind to horses that are forwardly placed, but those fractions were honest. And I think she took another step forward from this victory right here into her very good second place finish to a horse that, as you said, we saw return yesterday with a big victory.
95 buyer speed figure for Idiomatic, but she was just cruising away from that field. Randomized, dug in, finishing second to that classy mare behind her in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. She'll make her 4-year-old debut, and she will cut back to the mile. She won the Wilton at the mile in Saratoga last summer, and actually physically looks like she's more suited to go a mile versus the 2 turns.
Right, and she's a horse that she got the right kind of trip when able to get that mile and a quarter distance by going right to the front end and having her main rival be a horse that liked to rally from off the pace. I think she's going to be forward in here. I don't really see anybody that's quite as quick as her early. She should get things her own way.
The turf stake on the card today is the Fort Marcy, going 1 1/8 on the turf. Will go as race number 8 today. And the scratches are significant, Sarah, because it takes all of the potential pace, pretty much on paper, out of this race. We'll see how it does make things play out, but we will see Ottoman Fleet back for Charlie Appleby, coming in off of a win at Newmarket last time out, but he'll actually be trying to defend his title in the Fort Marcy.
And this is a horse that's following a similar pathway as he did to be successful in this race last year. He won the start prior to this at Newmarket. He won his start prior to his win here at Newmarket prior to that last year. So he's following that similar type of trajectory to be able to get the victory in the U.S. And he's probably the second likeliest single for most on today's card. But the lack of speed that you mentioned, that is a big concern. I think it makes Olympic Dreams a little bit interesting.
Getting back to the turf for the first time since his debut, Olympic Dreams. We'll talk more about about all of those stakes coming up a little bit later on in the card, but we turn our attention now over to Oaklawn Park. Race number 3 coming up as the first race on the program, non-winners of 2 in life, and we will get a chance to say hello to Paul LaDuca. Paulie, happy Derby day, but first of all, I want to get your thoughts on Torpedo Anna yesterday in the Oaks, who I know you got to see throughout the winter at Oaklawn. What a big performance.
Yeah, it really was. And, you know, to be honest with you, Keisha, I was not surprised. I thought it was breathtaking what she did in the fantasy. I think a lot of people don't realize that she won from the 12-hole. And she broke like a shot in the fantasy. And Maggie and I talked about this yesterday during the show. She kind of lost her mind a little bit on Arkansas Derby Day. She was sweating out, and she still got the job done. And that was off the layoff. And this racetrack has played towards horses that need a race a little bit. And then she went up to Kentucky, and she just blistered a really good field. I mean, just FYI, is a obviously nice filly, and Ways and Means just couldn't keep up with her. And, you know, she's really tough. And I wouldn't put it by Kenny McPeak to put her in the Preakness. I mean, there's been chatter that horse has been Torpedo Anna. I hate saying that horse, but Torpedo Anna, your Oaks winner, have been outworking Mystic Dan. And if it happens to rain a little bit more, Mystic Dan's got a bigger shot when it comes to the Derby. Now, let's get to race number 3 here. We do got a nice little card here. It's got some Arkansas breds and some Kentucky breds in here going around 2 turns. And the 5 in here, Hess, would be my choice. I like the horse's last race. And if you look at Hess, this horse ran 3rd last time out behind Artwell, who was 2nd. Artwell came back to win for Carl Broberg at 7-1 yesterday. Midnight Taxes is a monster Arkansas bred who's just has won by open lengths in his last 2. So I think he's the horse to beat in here. Now, the 10 was aggressively put on the morning line at 7-5, and I get it. You know, the horse was a race for the dirt, and most of the time this race has been a turf horse, but 1 for 15 lifetime. The 1 win was on dirt, Acacia. I just thought it was between those 2 horses, to be honest with you. If I was going to include another horse, it's the 6. The 6 is going to be the speed of this race, but I'll take Hess from a tiny bit off the pace. The other thing about Hess, needs to get out of the gate. That's the one Achilles heel that he does have. I had this race 5, 6, 10. I hope this 6 maybe can split the 2 favorites.
All right, Paul, I like it. 14-1 on the 6 Corked. A big price there. Your favorite Hess as they load in for race 3 at Oaklawn Park. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Holus Bolus, point blank, 2 back. That meaning 2 horses behind the gate. Hess. And then to the outside, Contrabandista. Contrabandista coming up to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning for all the runners in the race. Holus Bolus out on the lead today. Cork takes the 2nd spot. Fighting Ready, shown rain from the inside to get up there and forwardly placed going into the turn. Fighting Ready has the lead and kicks on down at the rail. On the outside, Holus Bolus is right there to match him. They open up 2 on Redfield, who runs in 3rd with DeLuca, and Point Blank, who's 3 deep on the course. Corked is farther out, 4 wide. Then Gluckstadt and Hess, the 2 favorites side by side. They're 6 lengths off the lead and 2 back to another pair at the rear. Hard to come by. And Contrabandista, who broke on the far outside, is now down on the rail as the 10 runners head down the back stretch. They've sorted themselves out. Holus Bolus in control by a length and a tail from Point Blank, who strides up to take the 2nd spot. Then a line of runners here. Gluckstadt has made an early bid towards Hess, who's a joint 3rd now. Inside of them, we have Corked and also Fighting Ready as they approach the 4-turn run. A gap of 2 to DeLuca. 4th last. Redfield losing position. He's done with Contrabandista, and hard to come by still at the rear as they round the 4-turn. Holus Bolus in front. Here comes Gluckstadt on the outside with an eye-catching run to come and challenge that front runner. These 2 are a neck apart as they hit the top of the lane. This race will end at the 16th pole. Holus Bolus finding more. Gluckstadt still right right there, though, as they come down the lane, fighting ready right behind Glückstadt with a final furlong remaining. Glückstadt has taken a short lead. Holus Bolus comes back and fighting ready. He looks like the one on the outside and fighting ready with an ultra tough win at 13-1. Glückstadt was second, Holus Bolus third, DeLuca fourth.
And it was the number one Fightin' Ready at 13-1, pulling the upset at Oaklawn Park, set just behind those front runners, Sarah, and there when it counted.
Absolutely, grinding out that victory over some horses that were really tough on the front end and not necessarily coming back to him. And this is a horse that finally got to a fast track for the first time in quite some time last out.
We're just a few hours away from the Run for the Roses Kentucky Derby 150 coming up this afternoon. We'll talk a little bit more about the main contenders after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. And you have, of course, some special bonuses going on today for Derby Day. You can get a $50 bonus for Derby 150 just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $250 each on Belmont at the Big A and Churchill Downs and earn a $50 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. In the third race at Belmont at the Big A, it was the number 5 Gentleman Joe, stretching back out in distance. Quick turnaround and back into the winner's circle.
Yeah, paid off, stretching back out for him. A horse that had that win at a mile a couple starts back and able to get that nice stalking trip off your pace setter, Magnolia Midnight.
$6.60 winner in race number 3, as we'll take a look at what our America's Best Racing Race of the Week will be this week. And I think you can probably guess what it might be. The Grade 1 Kentucky Derby for 3-year-olds. Field of 20 early in this week. Encino scratching, epic ride to be able to draw in. We've got to not drawing in, so actually we'll point to next weekend at Monmouth, so we'll get a chance to see him. But taking a look at the at Fierceness, Sarah, one of the favorites, the morning line favorite, Fierceness, he was dazzling in the Florida Derby, and the big question for a lot of people is, can he repeat it?
And if he does, he's going to win this race. The good Fierceness is just a faster horse than he's going to be facing in the Kentucky Derby based on what we've seen from him so far. He has 2 races, this and his Breeders' Cup Juvenile, that just put him above the rest of his competitors. But he also has a couple of races where there were some inconveniences for him, and he did not show up with this kind of performance. And those 2 races don't really put him above anybody. So at a short price, you just have to figure out if you're willing to give him that chance, knowing that he has yet to overcome some sort of adversity.
Could arguably be the most talented horse in the field. If you're a fan of looking at Ragozins, the race that he ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a 2-year-old would have put him in the top 3 in the Breeders' Cup Classic as a 2-year-old.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty incredible, right? But with such a disappointing performance in the Champagne and in the Holy Bowl, what will we get from Fierceness today? We bring in Richie Migliore to the conversation. Richie, Fierceness has always been a good workhorse, but what have you seen from him leading into this and expect to see from him this afternoon?
Well, again, you said it right. He's always a good workhorse, but I really love what I saw, the way he got over the Churchill Downs strip. That's always a question. Churchill Downs at times can be a bit cuppy, gets away from horses. You'll see them bobble along a little bit. I saw none of that. He was as smooth as could be. He's very kind, too, in the mornings. Johnny Velasquez was just sitting up on him, real quiet, light hold, maybe 5 pounds of pressure on the reins. He's flicking his ears back and forth. Now, he was with a workmate that Agate Road that's not nearly as good a workhorse as him and maybe not as dirt meant as Fierceness, but watch how when Johnny starts to allow him to do more, he asserts his dominance and really skips away. And I want you to particularly pay attention as he gets to the wire, how he almost lengthens his stride more, and his 8th after the wire was even better than his 8th before the wire. I think he's coming into this race in terrific form. Look at how he quickened. I mean, you could visually see him quicken up the 8th after the wire into that turn. I am not in the camp that believes that Fierceness needs the lead to win. I believe that he needs to be clear. And he was a winner at the post position draws, being drawn outside the other speeds. Johnny Velasquez is going to allow him to run into that first turn. I could see him laying 2nd or 3rd in the clear and being just as effective. If you go back to his Breeders' Cup Juvenile, he laid 2nd just off the leader's hip and then kicked away when asked. Want to see him get away clean and set up shop, but I'm not convinced he needs the lead to win. He's going to have to prove me wrong. He will be my top selection.
Richie, thank you. Some great insight, as always, as to what kind of trip we might expect from Fierceness. And Richie's right, talking about the draw, and it's an important point. And also looking at stats for post positions, not really relevant in the last couple of years with the new starting gate not having the auxiliary gate in use, but he will have an opportunity to get into a good spot where the other horses to his inside likely will send.
Absolutely, and this is a horse that when we've seen him be successful, it's not necessarily that he needs to have the lead. I agree with Richie on that. He can sit off the pace. It's just a matter of whether or not he will get that clear trip, and in a 20-horse field, it sort of remains to be seen, but you can expect that he's going to be forward, especially with John Velasquez.
We'll see what kind of performance we get from the 2-year-old champ Fierceness this afternoon in Kentucky Derby 150. Should be fun as we'll get a chance to see all of those 3-year-olds go postward in Derby Day underway. We'll talk a little bit more about what we've seen so far and what is still to come as we get closer and closer to the Run for the Roses.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the races as Derby Day continues. And earlier in the Derby City Distaff, we got to see Vava turn the tables on her main foe, Alva Star. They kind of take turns beating one another. But this one for Vava with jockey Irada Ortiz, who we're only 7 races in at Churchill, and he already has 4 wins.
Yeah, pretty good day for him, right? He's able to get all those victories on these big days, and you know that he is a rider that shows up at every level on every day, and especially on the big stage, as he did here. And Alva Star is a horse that was forwardly placed. The pace was hot in this race, coming apart in the later stages, but Vava got that nice stalking trip right behind her to beat her this time. We'll see if they rematch down the road.
It's a fun little kind of rivalry that they have going on too, but Vava now a Grade 1 winner, taking the Derby City Distaff for trainer Cherie DeVoe. As we take a look at what's coming up at Belmont at the Big A, race 4 up next. It's a mile on the main track, starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up, and Mighty Atlas, a short price from Mike Maker, who just missed last time out. Manny Franco will be in the saddle once again, and we'll see if he's able to kind of move up off of that race last time out. An even money shot right now. We'll kick things off though. First off the claim, here is Lucency.
Did have to drop in for a tag to get that victory last time, but the company that he kept before that was pretty good.
Faced Ben Duke 2 starts back. Future stakes for that horse for sure. Here's Mighty Atlas, your favorite.
A horse that really had that nice number last time out, finishing second off the layoff, maybe moves up 3rd off the bench.
Even money on the board right now. Next will be the second choice, number 3, Debate.
Also comes out of that same race, finished 3rd behind Assume Nothing and Mighty Atlas, and also going 3rd off of the break.
Here's the 4, Memphis, trying to turn things around as he comes back just in 7 days.
I kind of wonder where he fits from a class standpoint relative to this group. Might need a little bit softer company.
The 5 is out, and here's the 6, Tepeu.
A horse that has tried all 3 surfaces, has races that are fast enough. They were just quite a while ago.
Blinkers going on as well. For more on this field, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, guys, a short field here with the scratch of 19 oysters, but to me, the race is all down towards the inside. The one, Lucency, is coming off a really nice effort. And coming back on a quick turnaround, which we saw Gentleman Joe win the last race doing, was claimed away from Dick Dutrow, but, you know, goes to a lower profile connections, but people that are very capable, Rachel Sales and Toby Sheets is the assistant trainer there. He was a longtime assistant to Steve Asmussen, a tremendous horseman. I like what I'm seeing from Lucency, and I think he plays out to be the speed here, particularly from the inside post. I'm just not seeing a tremendous amount of speed on paper, and I think this horse can get very, very comfortable. He's making a great physical impression. Mighty Atlas is certainly the horse to beat, I believe. Looks great, comes off a big effort. He's beating the nose. Mighty Atlas is his own worst enemy at times out of the starting gate. You can see last time he broke through the gate. There's been several times when he's bumped or broke a touch slow. And that's usually when a horse doesn't stand properly. They're a little too anxious. They shift around their weight a lot so they don't break as perfectly. You know, you think about a 1,000-pound animal having to reset their legs to jump into a full stride. And, you know, usually it's horses that act up a little bit in the gate that have those tendencies, and you'll see those trouble lines, bumped break, off slow, broke through gate, you know, those kind of things. But listen, he's a very short price and no doubt a major player, and as is the 3, Debate, who makes a beautiful impression. I like to see Jose Lascano back. He's been riding in such good form, and I like to see riders win right away when they've come off, you know, a little bit of an injury. He wasn't out that long, but you just want to put those things behind you with a win right away. And this is a Linda Rice trainee, and you expect him to look good, and he does. But I'm going to try the 1, Lucency. I just think this horse potentially could control things on the front end.
Richie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out here in the 4th race at Mighty Atlas, and Debate will get a chance to rematch off of that April 13th race at Aqueduct, where Mighty Atlas finished 2nd, beaten just a nose. Debate was 3rd in this affair.
And Mighty Atlas was so much closer to the pace than Debate was. As you can see, Debate closing in towards the outside. He's still in last at this point, whereas Mighty Atlas is currently in 3rd, about to go for that forward position. So you could say that Debate was the one making up more ground in this race, whereas Mighty Atlas was the one doing more of the dirty work on the front end, but the pace held together. Maybe you upgrade Debate a little bit coming out of this race based on that race flow.
Kind of up against it, one that comes from further back. Richie's theory with the one Lucency as far as being able to use his speed is interesting, as yes, he does go to a new barn in here, but he's a bit of a quirky type of horse as well. Not the easiest, and they did find him in the right spot last time out.
And I was a little bit suspicious of that drop in class because he had run respectably well against some tougher company, finishing 2nd to American Law in that blanket finish. We saw Expected Value come back to win with a big number, and then just facing a much, much better field in that start on April 6th, where I think you wanted to be a little bit more towards the inside that day to be on the better part of the racetrack. And he was wide pretty much throughout that race. So I think you could make some excuses for that performance. And when you look at the company that he kept prior to his last race, to me, they're just better than the rest of the horses in this field.
Maybe just kind of outclassing a group that he does face today. The number 6, Tepeyu to the outside. As you mentioned, he has races on the go back. It's just been a while since we've seen them. This will be the first start in the Cantor Mossy barn as he comes up from South Florida.
And he's a horse that was running really well in the Kentucky circuit last year around this time, running numbers in the 80s that would put him right around where everybody else is in this field as far as the serious competitors towards the inside. It's just that he really plummeted in terms of the class ladder. They tried different surfaces with him. He hasn't faced company at this level, at least to me, in quite some time. Perhaps about a year or so ago is where you have to go back to find those races. If he finds one, he could win, but that's a big if.
Blinkers going on. First start for the barn was claimed just in January for 62.50. So 4-5 now on the 2 Mighty Atlas for Mike Maker, trying to come back with a little bit of revenge for that nose defeat last time out. Loading in for race 4, Belmont at the Big A, pick 5. Kicking off here as well. And we'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
2 out, Memphis and Tepeyu. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Lucency. Right out to the front, it's Lucency who will get the early lead. Tepeyu towards the far outside. Inside and outside, they're going to be 1-2. In between horses comes Debate. Is now going to track in the 3rd position. Mighty Atlas is at the rail, is now going to secure 4th, a challenging 4th with Memphis. Pretty tightly bunched. And now Tepeyu steps it up, and Tepeyu is up by a length and a half, almost 2. Right there is Lucency is going to just move to the outside and stalk just off of this early leader, 23-4 for the opening quarter mile. Tepeyu wants to go. It's Tepeyu who's in front. Lucency is drafting right in behind this leader, and out wider, that's Debate, just sitting off the flank of Lucency there in 3rd. At the rail, it's Mighty Atlas, needs some room. The trailer is Memphis. Less than a half mile to go, 46-4. The half mile time, Tepeyu's got the lead. Lucency with every chance is just looming up on the outside here, and here comes Lucency. It's Lucency ready to challenge, and Lucency is the new leader. Tepeyu is under drive towards the inside. Mighty Atlas switches to the outside. Manny Franco into the 2 path. In behind that tiring pace setter, out wide of there still is Debate. The trailer continues to be Memphis. They reach the top of the stretch, 111-1 for 3/4, and Lucency's trying to win it right now. It's Lucency who's trying to sprint away. Debate continues to just grind away up on the outside, and at the rail, Mighty Atlas, they're not cutting in the margin yet. Lucency is still up by a length and a half. Now Mighty Atlas is gaining some momentum towards the inside. Lucency almost there. Mighty Atlas is lunging. Lucency needs the line. Photo finish! Maybe in the last jump. Mighty Atlas. It's a tight photo. Mighty Atlas to the inside, and Lucency in behind them was Debate.
Mighty Atlas, he was on the right side of the photo today after just missing last time out. A tough beat for Lucency, who put in a big effort.
He did, but Mighty Atlas was just grinding away towards the inside after him, did not give up through the length of the stretch, and you could see that he was slowly getting to Lucency, who had put away the other speed type in Tepeyu. And I mean, revenge is sweet sometimes, and I'm sure Mighty Atlas is a horse that the connections are very excited that they came out on the right side of this photo today.
Yeah, not necessarily a winning type. Sometimes he's close without being able to get the job done, but today on the right side of the photo at 4-5, getting the victory, grinding away. Not necessarily winning like a 4-5 shot, as you might expect, but hey, a win is a win. 2, 1, 3, and 4. Nice effort from runner-up Lucency, who both Sarah and Richie liked in this fourth race. Manny Franco with the victory with Mighty Atlas for Mike Maker. Big victory here as we'll turn our attention back over to Oaklawn Park now. Time for the fourth race on the card. A maiden claiming for $40,000, going a mile and a 16th for the 3-year-olds, and the favorites all the way to the outside with the 12 Aztec Fire. I feel like this happens so often that the favorite at Oaklawn is in the far outside post. Happened in like 4 races yesterday and happening again today. I don't know what it is.
If only they did it on purpose.
I know. I obviously not, the post job, but it just always makes me laugh. Here's the one, Parisian Promise.
First time routing on a dry track, second at 22-1 last time out. Mapica's at a phenomenal Oaklawn.
And had a pretty good weekend with the Kentucky Oaks
so.
yesterday. Here's You're on Mute going by. Saturday starter, popular at the claim box.
Yeah, he's been in a few different barns. Now first off the claim for Dan Ward. He's hitting at 21% over the past 5 years.
Here's the 4, Momesa, blinkers on.
He'll have to get a little bit faster, but he is second off the layoff.
Diomedes, second-time starter.
A horse that did not do a ton of running in that common race that many come out of, but rough start for him.
I guess the owners must be Coach Prime fans. Tell him I'm coming.
This horse makes some sense. I mean, he's been facing much tougher company and has some races that could compete with your favorite.
First-time starter, Malinalco.
Chris Hartman, not necessarily known for his first-time starters at Oaklawn, only 4 for 23 past 5 years.
Here's Kennel Club, trying to turn things around.
First time this one's stretching out on dirt, and he does get some class relief as well.
Number 9, Snow King. Pretty sharp even now for Skelding.
Yes, first time that this one is back in for a tag following a second-place finish. Might be finding the right group.
Gotta have dreams. He's had quite a few chances already.
He has, but he's another one that is getting some class relief in here as well.
Here's number 11, Victory Dash. Did show speed last time.
Yes, but that was a speed and fade type of performance, would need to get quite a bit faster.
And your favorite Aztec Fire, Ricardo Santana aboard.
Didn't break that well last time, first time in for a tag. That number makes him the horse to beat.
For more on this field at Oaklawn, let's check in with Paula Duca.
Well, I'm in agreement with Sarah when she says the 12 is the horse to beat, especially on the last race number. I mean, this horse was trying 2 turns for the first time, dropping in class, and I thought ran a bang-up race. Got left in the gate, had to go 4 wide that day. But that's the worry again, right? You get the 12 hole, and do you really want to drop back that far, or get left in the gate again? And when you look at this field, is there a ton of pace in here? Like, will it develop? I tend to think that the 12 will get a little bit of pace in here. Now, the one, Parisian Promise, you go back and you look at that race, it was for 25. He was 22-1 that day. Now, should he have won the race? Yeah, probably. But this is a step up, I think, in class compared to some of these other ones in here. So you're taking 5-1 on a horse. I get it, ran well, but I don't know if he can launch from that far back. You just saw the 12 on the screen, and we were talking about him. The 11's interesting to me because when you look at the body of this field, there's not a lot of pace in here. And if Rafael Bejarano gets aggressive, I can see him going to the front end. I also could see the 9, first time gelding here for Eric and Steve Aspen, the Aspen crew. One of those 2 horses is going to control here because there's not a ton of pace. So the 12, who I did like in this race at 8-5, and I do think is the horse to beat, could be really pace compromised in this race. And at 8-5, yeah, I picked him on top, but it's a kind of horse I would not bet at 8-5. I do think the 11 horse at 21-1. If Bejarano gets aggressive, and tries to get to the front end, gets this horse to relax. I think a lot of times when these horses you see stopped, you just forget about these horses. But when they have the lead down the backside for longer than you can think, I think the courage might build up. And I'm just not sold on the 12 yet, and especially getting out of the gate. So I'm going to go for a long shot here at 21-1.
21-1. I like it, Paul. Paul going for some big prices here.
And he's had some success this
Yeah.
meet doing so. He's been very sharp with his handicapping at Oaklawn, finding those big prices that do come in on occasion. And, I mean, he's been pretty on the ball.
Back over at Belmont at the Big A, and race number 4 was the 2 Mighty Atlas, a horse that just missed last time out, able to get the bob today.
Yes, able to get that victory, just a nose over Lucency, who ran well after putting away the other speed in this race. A little too much to do too late for Debate, who was closing in. It seemed like those 3 on paper, and it played out that way on the racetrack.
$3.80 winner, 4 to 5 shot gets the win in race number 4. It'll be on the turf for the 5th race at Belmont at the Big A coming up next. Back over to Oaklawn Park. Again, this maiden claiming the favorite all the way to the outside with the 12 Aztec Fire. And as Paul mentioned, could be pace compromise. I mean, this is a horse that has not broken well in both starts, both sprinting and going long.
Exactly, and that's always a concern, especially when you have a horse at a short price that you don't necessarily think possesses that early speed, because you don't want to take these horses that maybe have some things up against them, especially at those short prices. And while that number has held up with some of the top finishers in the race that he does come out of based on their next starts, that was a big step up for him, going from that 48 buyer to an 83 last time out. That does win this race, but you have to think some of the other horses getting some class relief for the first time could also be a little bit dangerous at much better prices.
5 to 2 on your favorite all the way to the outside. The number 7 first-time starter Malinalco is taking, taking no money in here, first-time starter. And oftentimes the board can really give you a clue, the firster, if you want to take a shot or not.
It really can. And I mean, this is a horse that they paid $40,000 for. They are debuting for the $40,000 tag. It's not a negative, but it's not necessarily a positive either if you're just trying to break even on your investment coming into this spot. And there are plenty of other horses in here that have really been trying the maiden special weight ranks or higher price tags for quite some time and are now just finding the right group perhaps for them.
So Paul liking a horse that can be forward and at a big price. Any thoughts on some long shots from you?
I like the number 6. Tell them I'm coming. Class relief for this one, as well as the number 8 Kennel Club.
Horses that have been facing a bit tougher. We're taking a quick pause to welcome in our FS2 viewers. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on Kentucky Derby Day. If you've been watching the UConn-Denver women's lacrosse game, thanks for sticking around, waiting for us to kick things off. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, as they are loading into the gate for the 4th race at Oaklawn Park. A maiden claiming going 1 1/16 for the 3-year-olds. The favorite is to the outside for Norm Cassie with the 12 Aztec Fire. They go in. Graduation day for one of these 3-year-olds. We'll send it up to track announcer Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Gotta have dreams. Waiting for Diomedes. Diomedes goes in. Victory Dash, post 11. 2 back, tell him I'm coming. And to round out the field, Aztec Fire. Your even money favorite on the board. We're ready to go. Mo Mesa a little stirred up in there, settling down. And Laroff. Awkward break from Malinalco, who drops to the back of the pack. Diomedes has the most early lick from Snow King and Aztec Fire off of them. Parisian Promise down on the inside, snatching third from Aztec Fire. Victory Dash caught deep and the run around the clubhouse turn. We come back to the lead. Victory Dash has moved forward to challenge Diomedes on the front end. Snow King runs in third, and then Aztec Fire, Parisian Promise. They're side by side. Saturday Starter and Mo Mesa, they're next. A gap of 2 to Kennel Club, racing alone in midfield. Another 3 to You're on Mute. Tell 'em I'm Coming is next. Second to last, Gotta Have Dreams, and slow starting Malinalco is at the back of the pack, well out of it. At least 18 or 20 lengths behind as they head down the back stretch, where Diomedes is the leader by a half length. Victory Dash settling down, pressing from the outside second. Parisian Promise third. Snow King between horses. The favorite Aztec Fire 3 deep with that duo with a half mile to go. Another length and a half back to Saturday Starter Mo Mesa, losing position. Tell 'em I'm Coming is making an early bid, is within 5 lengths of the lead down on the rail. Then comes Gotta Have Dreams is sent along with Kennel Club, who's under pressure as well. You're on Mute still has a lot of ground to make up. Malinalco, it was not his day today. Around the far turn, Diomedes, Victory Dash, they're even approaching the quarter pole. Aztec Fire with No Excuses third, creeping in 3 wide in the swing off the corner. Victory Dash inside Diomedes. Aztec Fire is asked for his best, and he swept past the top pair and kicks away. Aztec Fire by 2.5, now it's 3. Tell 'em I'm Coming into the second position, but Aztec Fire has opened up the lead to 5, and he is waving goodbye to the competition. Aztec Fire, Ricardo Santana Jr. with 2 wins in a row. Tell 'em I'm Coming second. Photo for the show, though. Gotta Have Dreams and Diomedes.
A good afternoon so far for Ricardo Santana Jr. Aztec Fire gets the win as your favorite, Sarah.
And he was able to break so much better today relative to his prior start, where he was off so slowly and also had a little bit more forward position than he had in that race prior to that. Not so for your runner-up, a horse that was closing and making that sustained rally, but just so much so second best to Aztec Fire.
The winner, a favorite over at Oaklawn Park, Acacia Kumon, alongside Sarah Al-Badwi. We have Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale, and Paula Duca with us this afternoon, as well as, of course, it is Kentucky Derby Day, Kentucky Derby 150. So much history in the race. And the race that when you tell somebody you work in horse racing, they often ask, oh, like the Kentucky Derby. This is what we've been leading up to this Triple Crown season for such a long stretch here.
It's the one that everybody knows. This is the race that the rest of the world pays attention to for those 3-year-old colts and sets the stage for the rest of the Triple Crown season, whether or not we have one on the line this year at historic Saratoga. Belmont at Saratoga remains to be seen, but of course, looking forward to all that action later on.
It'll be a fun season, that's for sure. Here's what's still to come on today's program. We're bringing you live racing from Belmont at the Big A and Oaklawn Park. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We still have races 5 through 10 to come on the show at Belmont at the Big A. 3 stakes on the tap today, and we're fast and firm. Races 5 through 10 still to come at Oaklawn, including the Lake Hamilton and a fast main track over there. You can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby. It's that time. Do so with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet and a $200 deposit bonus just in time for Kentucky Derby 150. Use promo code DERBY25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Be sure to sign up, get started at nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match bonus. A lot more coming up on the card today, and we'll recap what took place yesterday. A run for the Lilies, the 3-year-old fillies in the spotlight at Kentucky Oaks, and we'll take a look back at what went down, who got their first Oaks victory after this.
everyone. I'm Janice Dean with Fox Weather. Today is the day. It's the 150th Kentucky Derby here at Churchill Downs. I will say the forecast is much improved from yesterday. We are expecting some showers in the area throughout the afternoon, but for race time at 6:57 Eastern time, it should be dry. The track should be dry. Yesterday we had rain all day, so we're going to see, a little bit of mud here and there for the 150th running of the Roses. It is the most exciting 2 minutes of sports, and we're going to be here covering it with Fox Weather. Anytime you need a forecast before you catch a race, you can check us out at foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
Thank you, Janice. Great news about the forecast today. And don't forget, there's a great bonus going on over at Naira Bets. If you play at least $250 each on Belmont at the Big A and Churchill Downs today, you can earn a $50 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com. So bet $250 each at Belmont at the Big A and Churchill. Yesterday was all about the girls in the run for the Lilies, with the 3-year-old fillies in the spotlight for the Kentucky Oaks. And what a dominant performance from Torpedo Anna trainer Kenny McPeak, getting his first Kentucky Oaks victory. Just FYI, second best in there. And Ways and Means, who ran very well, having to settle for 4th.
Exactly. Ways and Means defeated by her stablemate, the other Chad, of course, in this situation, regulatory risk. But Torpedo Anna went right towards the front and was able to be forwardly placed throughout the entirety of this race. And while you did have a couple of horses that we expected perhaps a little bit more from in this race, kind of not show up and not have much when it counted, she did all the work in this race. She was forward early. She set those fast fractions. She was able to hold on late. And this was a 96 buyer for her career best, and I hear there's some talk of Preakness, perhaps.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Kenny McPeak, who obviously is not afraid to run his horses, not afraid to run the girls against the boys, he said even before the Kentucky Oaks, the exact quote was, "They better bring a bear because I'm sending a grizzly. I wouldn't be afraid to run her against the boys." So I think that's a little bit of foreshadowing. Obviously, he's won the Preakness with a filly before with Swiss Skydiver just a couple of years ago. That was, of course, in the weird COVID year
October
where everything
Preakness.
was out of order. But still, I mean, with Torpedo Anna, the Black-Eyed Susan just not to kind of to the same level of what a Kentucky Oaks might be. And if you have a horse that's that good, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw her in the Preakness.
And with these types of connections that, as you said, they're not afraid to take those shots in these bigger races. And that is a race that he's already had success in, with Swiss Skydiver winning over Authentic. And you have to imagine, if he was thinking about it before, there has to be nothing about yesterday's performance that derails that plan or doesn't entice them to at least give it a try.
She was forwardly placed, but a tremendous ride by Brian Hernandez as well, with a great celebration from him afterwards.
He's a rider that has so many live mounts for this barn and really delivers when it counts.
We'll talk about the Bluegrass winner, Sierra Leone, who will look for a Derby victory, trying to give trainer Chad Brown his first Derby score. More on that after this.
Cross-country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
We're back on America's Day at the races, turning our attention to race 5, Belmont at the Big A, a mile and a 16th on the turf, and meeting the field. Here is What a Blast. Sarah, back to the grass.
A horse that hasn't been on this surface since running third to Red Route 1, actually.
Going back to that, here's the 2, Disappearance, big price, first time on the turf.
Also a horse that's trying the surface for the first time, also stepping up a little bit in class.
The 3, Shadizar, horse coming back off a big layoff.
This horse has some races that could absolutely fit with this group, and you're getting a decent price right now.
Miracle Mike, first start of his 4-year-old season.
And he is very talented, but he's a horse that comes from so far off the pace.
Comes back as a gelding now, too. Here's the 5, Addicted to You.
Got the win on dirt in an off-the-turf race last time out.
Into It, stretching out in distance.
I think this horse could be forward in here, a horse that has won for these connections and jockey before.
My Friend Louie is run on synthetic, but first time on turf.
And a horse that didn't really have much of a difference in his numbers from synthetic to dirt. We'll see how he likes the grass.
Here's Lord Flincher off of a layoff.
This horse is ultra consistent. He just doesn't win that often.
Yep. Speed with the number 9, Victor's Valiant.
You expect to see this one forward early, coming in from Gulfstream. I just don't know how that form will necessarily hold up here.
Miracle Mike, the favorite at 5-2, coming back as a gelding as we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, happy Derby Day. What are your thoughts on this upcoming turf race?
Happy Derby Day, Acacia and Sarah. It's girl power here on this hour of America's Day at the races. I could not be happier as we'll take a look, though, at several in this field, and several which at shorter prices, having to come back off of respective layoffs, including your current favorite at 2-1 is Miracle Mike. And I don't know why he's that much of a favorite, to be fair. He's one that has taken a while to just totally develop, a horse that, you know, he looked kind of just a frame when he first showed up for Todd Pletcher, going back to the summer of his 2-year-old season in 2022. And he gradually throughout the year last year in his 3-year-old season, which was comprehensive, put on that weight, put on that conditioning, comes back looking stronger than ever. Really well developed behind, which I always felt was one of his weaker areas. And I think that is a result of him coming back as a gelding. And he looks fit enough here. It's just, I don't necessarily want him at a short price. As Sarah said, he's a bit of a deeper closer. He is wearing a new piece of equipment that my husband Tom Morley has never run a horse in, and that's an extended cage bit. But he said that with this horse training that he actually had to go out and buy one for him because he did not have one in his tack room. Definitely didn't have one when I was galloping horses. But once he put it on him, he literally dropped his head and just traveled beautifully, at least in his morning work. A horse that caught my eye, that's a big price, turning back in distance. So we'll see how number 3, Shadizar, responds to that. And he might want more ground, to be fair, but he looks fantastic coming back from Michelle Nevin. Obviously, Peter Goulias is the former trainer and still owner. So, you know, we'll see. But this guy looks great. Well conditioned. Yeah, he's a bigger type, so probably more ground is warranted. But again, one at a price that certainly looks the part heading in here. Number 7, My Friend Louie. He doesn't have a layoff to contend with, but he has a surface change. There's plenty of pedigree, though. If you go back a generation, the dam, a full sister to Declaration of War, a multiple Group 1 winner, and also a full sister to War Correspondent, a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf. And needless to say, that War Front pulls through on him. He looks just like a War Front, and he looks like he should love the surface change. And at 7-1, I think a lot of people are thinking that as well. As number 8 is Lord Flincher. You guys said it. a horse that's consistent. He shows up. He always shows up wearing his best, if you will. Looks great physically, looks fit off the bench, but will he ever jump through and win? You certainly have to use him protectively. As I'm going to try here with Victor's Valiant. I just thought the recency spoke volumes. I thought Trevor McCarthy, kind of watching his warm-up, he walked him without the pony for a while. A horse that has that early speed, wanted to let the rest of the competition get away from him in that warm-up, so he didn't set him off, but still gave him that good gallop, and it really well turned out. Again, son of Warfront, where that Warfront really showing through, that shorter coupled, stout, really well balanced type of animal. But I'm just going to take him with the fact that he has that early pace, Acacia, and he doesn't have a layoff to overcome.
He has the recency. Maggie, thank you. And funny, both horses that she mentioned Warfront with, both bred by Joe Allen, one of the biggest fans of Warfront around too, but they really do stamp their horses, and Warfront that is, and that influence on the turf. Your top pick, Sarah?
I went to the number 6, Intuit, a horse that won at Saratoga for Jose Gomez last year around a couple months from now, really. And I thought that this was a horse that's stretching back out in distance, could have some forward position, and we have seen the turf course play kindly to forwardly placed horses.
The favorite, Miracle Mike, back as a gelding. Some interesting equipment notes from Maggie on this one as well. They go in for the 5th. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off. What a blast, right out to the front. It's What a Blast with the early speed. About to be joined by Intuit, is now going to be stalking the pace setter, drifting well off the rail. Now trying to save some ground, moving towards the inside. There was My Friend Louie. Lord Flintshires found a nice spot, is now in 5th. Victor's Valiant did cross over as well, has taken the 4th spot. Just having to steady briefly was Miracle Mike, who's now in 6th and wants to go. Is very rank, is trying to muscle on through there. Miracle Mike, a little tough to handle for Eric Kensell as they work towards the backstretch. It's another 2 lengths back. Addicted to You is towards the back of the field with the back markers Disappearance and Shadizar. They are chasing What a Blast. What a Blast went 25 seconds flat for that easy opening quarter mile. Here comes some mild pressure. Intuit is in between horses. Victor's Valiant is going to be 3 wide. Just off of them, here comes My Friend Louie, who made that quick move to get over to the rail. Ground saving journey, still tough to handle. Miracle Mike wants to go. Nowhere to go right now, is in the 5th position. Out wider there is Lord Flintshire. Starting to get closer, here's Addicted to You, and Kendra Carmouche Red Silks is now in the 7th position, but is only 3 off the lead. The 2 still at the back, Disappearance and Shadizar. They're still chasing. What a Blast to the inside, who's got a nose in front. Here comes the run from Intuit, and Intuit is ready to challenge for Jose Gomez. These 2 head and head at the top of the lane, and here comes Intuit, who's now calling for the lead. Intuit, Miracle Mike has now got that clear running room, was on the muscle the entire race, and Miracle Mike is now unleashed, and here comes Miracle Mike in between horses. Victor's Valiant is trying to go with this leader. Intuit is still in for the fight as well, and from far out of it, there's Addicted to You inside the final 16th. Miracle Mike is now lunging. Victor's Valiant going to try one more time. Miracle Mike got it over Victor's Valiant, then a photo into it with an oncoming Addicted to You in 1 minute 43 and 1.
A lot going on in this race, but it looks like the number 4, Miracle Mike, got his nose down in time over the number 9, Victor's Valiant, Maggie's top pick. I think despite being her pick, she'd be very happy for Miracle Mike to get the bob, Sarah, but he finished really well for a horse that was not settled or comfortable early on in the race.
No, he was much closer than he usually is, and I think that's probably why we saw some of that behavior from him that made him tough to handle, sitting much closer to what was essentially a paceless race going forwards. But that is what ended up being the difference for him, able to be a little bit closer, have a little bit more momentum, and not have too much to do late to just hold off the number 9, who also got a good trip as well. Victor's Valiant just stalking those pace setters.
The number 6, who you liked, Intuit, he was right there, very close. Ended up actually fading to 4th, as it is posted. The 4, Miracle Mike, got the bob, 4.956. Big congratulations to the Morley team as Miracle Mike gets the win off the bench there. And the 1, What a Blast, was a horse that set the pace. And as you commented to me, I wouldn't really want to be riding him. A horse that runs with his head so low down, especially when relaxed on the backstretch.
I can feel my elbows aching just watching that in terms of where he would have your arms placed and how he'd have someone stretched out riding that horse. And he really did end up fading in here. I didn't really see a huge excuse for Intuit, who was right off of that one. I mean, the horse that I think ran the best in this race was actually Addicted to You, closing into that slow pace.
Let's go down to Maggie.
Well, as I mentioned with Miracle Mike and that straight bit, I'm standing right next to Mr. Morley. Talk a little bit about one, though, that wants to get a little bit keen with that type of bit on and what, as we saw, can happen.
Yeah, it's not an easy bit to control a horse, and this horse is coming off a long layoff. He was very fresh today. He broke really well for him. He had, he was a lot closer than I thought he would be. And when they get a little headstrong with these straight bits in their mouths, it's actually very difficult to break their stride and get them to relax. And you could just see in the early part of the race, he was very keen with Eric, taking him on for quite a lot of the race, but luckily he just had enough left to hold on. He should be a little bit more relaxed next time.
Acacia, too, that slow pace certainly didn't help.
No, he was not happy about that. Thank you, Mackie. We love a little impromptu Tom Morley interview, and there's a really good shot of the bit. So what Tom was talking about it with being a straight bit. So kind of what you normally say with a normal type of bit for a snaffle, for instance. It bends in the middle. And with a cage bit, any type of what we talk about Houghton bit, it's a straight bar in their mouth, so it doesn't bend. And with the extended cage bit, you can see it's how it sticks out onto the side, and so it gives the rider a lot more control. But some horses can also resent it a little bit too, so it's a fine line of finding the right kind of bit and how it does fit and help those. But some great insight from Tom on that.
Absolutely, and just knowing that, hey, maybe we need to try some new equipment and being willing to do so to get the victory here. And a lot of times finding the right bit for a horse, that we talk about sort of the harshness of the bit, but it's actually really just what helps the rider control the horse without too much asking, without getting after them too much. And if that works for him, it works for him.
Miracle Mike with the win. All of those changes paying off as he gets the bob in here. Catching Freedom, can he run them down in the Kentucky Derby? Late closer after winning the Louisiana Derby last time out for Brad Cox. He's a contender. More in his story after this. Hope you'll join us in welcoming Monmouth Park to the America's Day at the Races lineup. Live on-site coverage kicks off opening day on Saturday, May 11th from Oceanport, New Jersey on FS2. And looks like we'll actually get a chance to see Mugatu, who was also eligible from the Kentucky Derby, pointing to the Long Branch Stakes at Monmouth next weekend.
Yeah, nice that they found a spot for this horse who didn't quite get into the Kentucky Derby, and I imagine that is a spot that he could likely be more competitive in than the Kentucky Derby itself from the far outside.
Here's the look at the field for the fifth race at Oaklawn Park, 1 mile on the main track, $12,500 claiming race. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, and it's going to be a pleasure, by the way, that I'm going to be there for a Monmouth Park opening day. And don't forget, the second day of that meet is going to be Mother's Day. It'll be myself and Rajiv Miraj there at Monmouth Park. Exciting to me because when I retired in 2010 from baseball, I stepped right into broadcasting, and my first job was at Monmouth Park. So I'm excited to go there. Mr. John Himes, I know you're listening to this. You better be ready for me. Okay, let's get on to race number 5 here, which I thought this race, when you looked at this race, you know, this race was a confusing race, right? Because it's a wide open betting race. Now, Nip and Tuck, again, great show if you've never seen it, beyond its time. 4-1, and you know, horse that for Cipriano Contreras is dropping completely down to 12-5. So I thought this horse would get bet even more. Then he looks kind of inside the lines. He's 6, never hit the board here at Oaklawn Park. Do you really want to take 4-1? Maybe that is a decent price. The one windcracker in here who's taking money. We were talking about Brad Cox doesn't claim a ton of horses, but he'll claim horses for State and Fleury, who's already locked up the winner's title here, or owner's title, and trying to add another one here as the 1 stays in and the 1A out. And, you know, when I look at this race, I thought the 6 looked tremendous, Acacia, at 7-1. You know, Chelsea Bailey and Tom Swearington, another horse that drops. Tom's had a couple horses. Count the Monet that yesterday should have won, had a bad trip. He's just been a little bit unlucky. And Chelsea fits this horse very well. And I think there's enough speed with the horse like Great Heart in here that will come from off the pace for Compton, I think. But the 9's got a little speed. I think Julestown, the 10's a player. There's just so many different ways you can go. But I'm going to go with Namesake because I think she's better from off the pace. So if Chelsea just lets her just drop out of the gate and maybe sit in that maybe second flight because she can launch, I think you're getting a great price at 7-1.
Namesake, the 6, currently 7-1. Paul, thank you. A horse that's taking a little bit of a drop in class. Chelsea Bailey going to be aboard once again. And as Paul mentioned, this gelding will be running late.
Yeah, a horse that does like to come from off the pace. And there is a fast pace predicted here by Timeform US with the number 5, Nip and Tuck, as your early pace setter. It seems as though this one should get the right kind of setup to close in here. And you have a lot of horses that are making some sort of drop in class or really haven't been at a level like this in quite some time. And so I think that that's kind of where you want to gravitate to in this race. For me, I like the 4, 357 a little bit. It's been facing tougher. I think that maybe you could make a case for another horse in risk profile in here as well, going out for the Asmussen barn. Steve does not claim a lot of horses.
Be interesting to see how that does play out. The favorite currently 4-1 with Nip and Tuck. So pretty wide open betting board right now and makes things pretty intriguing as the number 7 risk profile, who you mentioned. We used to see this horse on the Naira circuit long time ago. 29-1 for a Steve Asmussen runner who did no running last time out. Eric Asmussen going to be aboard for his dad. Loading in for the 5th at Oaklawn Park. We'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Cowboy Cabin and Great Heart. 357 post position 4. Busy Legs coming up. Nip and Tuck in the red and black and white. Julestown. Next forward. Windcracker. Devil Vision. 2 back. Namesake. And Chaos Reigns to round out the field. Chaos Reigns, Ramon Vasquez aboard, looking for 3 wins in a row. Chaos Reigns here at Oaklawn this season. We're ready to go. Start of the middle pick 5. And Laroff having to take up right after the start was Nip and Tuck. Chaos Reigns, where he likes to be, on the lead from the far outside post. Had to use some energy to get to where he's at, but he goes to the rail. and kicks on to a 1.5 lead, almost 2 here. So it's Chaos Reigns setting the pace. Julestown runs in the second spot, 3:57 to his inside. A gap of 2 lengths back to Cowboy Cabin as one of them's being eased up here. That's Windcracker, number 1. Number 1, Windcracker, pulled up out of it as they make their way up the backstretch. Let's go back to the lead here. Chaos Reigns, he's the leader, a length and a tail. Julestown running in second, 3:57 third. A gap of 2 to Cowboy Cabin, a similar margin to Greatheart and Busy Legs. They're side by side. Then Risk Profile, Namesake being shaken up 4 deep. Devil Vision with that party. Also Colosi inside of that trio with a half mile to go. And a gap of 2 to Nip and Tuck as they approach the 4-turn run. Contentious pace. There's 3 abreast up top into the 4-turn run. On the outside, Julestown has gotten the right trip. 3:57 trying to hang around. Chaos Reigns between them. Those 3 across the track. 3:57's giving way. Here comes Greatheart. Greatheart looms large. He's going to get outside for the stretch run, and he's in with a big shot. Greatheart up to challenge Julestown, Chaos Reigns, and 3:57 Weekend. They come off the turn here, and the leader becomes Greatheart as he scampers away to a length lead. Julestown left behind in second. Nip and Tuck's trying to rally on with Colosi for a minor award. It's Greatheart and Manny Esquivel still on top, and Greatheart will win it. Greatheart over Julestown. Third was Nip and Tuck. Colosi, 4th.
Greatheart with the win. First off the claim for Greg Compton, and he certainly got a good pace to run at, Sarah.
He did, and this is even with one of the likely pace factors not breaking all that quickly. Nip and Tuck was out of things early on, a horse that does like to show that good early speed, but pace still developed on the front end that he was able to close into, and as Matt Dinnerman said, he was looming large towards the outside.
Over the 10, Julestown as back over at Belmont at the Big A. It was the number 4, Miracle Mike, the favorite off the layoff, making his first start for Tom Morley. Able to settle after a few tough strides early, but finishing strong late when it counted and getting the bob.
And we talked about that equipment change for him, getting a different kind of bit to give his rider a little bit more control. And I think that that was really key in getting this horse to settle and have just enough to get the job done in this race. He sat much closer than he usually does to this pretty paceless affair and was able to get the victory.
Tight photo finish over the number 9, Victor's Valiant, a horse that ran very well with a bit of a wide trip early as well. $6.30 winner with Miracle Mike. As we have race 6 coming up next is a nice allowance race going a mile on the main track. We'll also look back at 20 years ago when the Smarty Party went on to Kentucky, partying like it's 2004. The Smarty Jones story. What a story it was.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmont Maturity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My husband, he was very sick at that time. He was on oxygen around the clock, and nobody will ever know the struggle it was for him to get there to the Derby.
It was very emotional. There was a lot going on. And at the time, Churchill was doing a lot of rebuilding, a lot of remodeling. I just didn't want to go in there. I didn't feel comfortable going in there with all that. So we went to Keeneland. And the first week we were there, I could tell he just wasn't the same horse. He wasn't training great, and I was like, man, what's going on? And we had gotten some rain one morning, and we sent him to the training track instead of the main track, and he trained lights out. And I was like, okay, all right, so he just doesn't like this racetrack. So we got him out of there, we took him to Churchill, and his next breeze, he breezed unbelievable.
As we got closer and closer to the Derby, oh my gosh, the butterflies had become eagles. The excitement was unbelievable. We were going into that race with a horse that stood a chance of winning, but we also know how many ways a horse can lose a race.
A wet, late afternoon and evening here. It's like a sloppy race coming in.
You know, I started thinking, man, they might cancel this race. I mean, it was bad. The tents were blowing down. I would have rather seen a fast track, to be honest with you. But my biggest concern really for him, I was a little worried about the crowd and how he was going to handle it.
Marty!
Oh, don't clap, don't clap. Oh, do that. And on the way over, just watching the way he was acting and everything, I thought, he's got his game face on. He's coming to play. Bill, good luck to you, my friend. Once in a lifetime, bud.
I was so glad that he got to see all of that. We were in the horse racing business because of him.
Whatever happens, buddy, we had a hell of a
John. And they're off in the Kentucky Derby.
Coming out of the gate, running through the stretch the first time, there was some jostling going on, and it looked like at one time, two horses just sandwiched him and lifted him up off the ground. And Stu hung in there and maintained his position, and subsequently got through the first turn in a really good spot.
Smarty Jones is a stalking second as they approach the bar turn.
I watched Stewart throw a cross at him, and I saw him dig in. I remember I had my binoculars up, and I'm looking behind him to see what's running. And the couple horses that were making the move, Tap It, and another horse kind of started to flatten out. And I thought, you know, man, we're gonna get this done. And then the rest was history.
And Smarty Jones is rose to the lead by journeyman jockey Stuart Elliott, and they have taken the lead away from Lionheart. And here is the first undefeated winner of the Kentucky Derby since Seattle Slow of 1977. Smarty Jones has done it.
It was such a thrill. That was the best medicine for him. The excitement, the thrill of seeing our homebred run and win.
You know, it was something I always dreamt about. For some reason, I always felt like I was going to win the Kentucky Derby. I don't know why. And it wasn't, you know, going into the race with all the people that were on board and all the media, I didn't feel any pressure. I mean, I felt really confident. And I just remember thinking at the time when he crossed the wire that, you know, oh man, the hard work, all the time we put in, yeah, it all paid off. We were very naive. You know, everybody's like, you know, were you going to go to the Preakness? Look, I don't know. I got to see how my horse comes out of the race, how he's acting.
Putting into words those feelings and those emotions, you just can't describe.
The 20th anniversary since Smarty Jones, and what an incredible story and a whirlwind journey for such a talented horse.
He was so incredible, and it's so crazy that it has been so long since we were able to enjoy seeing him on the racetrack, and really looking forward to where the rest of this story ends up going. Of course, it's one we're very familiar with, and we know what happens, but of course, I'd love to hear from the connections about how the rest of his Triple Crown journey does go.
Really special to get some insight from Mrs. Chapman on the journey as well. As we turn our attention back over to Belmont at the Big A, race 6 coming up. A first level allowance race going a mile on the main track and meeting the field, starting off with the One Heroes medal.
He took some time to break his maiden, did so 2 starts back, but has run pretty consistently in his 2 starts since.
Mr. Ripple trying to get back to the winner's circle as well.
It's a horse that should have some forward position in this race.
Here is Drake's Passage, first start as a 4-year-old.
You know this guy pretty well. He's been ultra consistent and very impressive against Open as well as State Bred Company.
Also 4-year-old debut, New Gelding, Moore's Law.
I think he could be a little bit interesting getting back on track and seeing what he could do now as a 4-year-old.
Here's the 5, Cascais.
I feel as though his last race was helped by the rail and where he was on the racetrack, but he finished second to a pretty good horse in Bedug.
Came back to win again with a 99 Buyer speed figure. Here's the 7, Completed Genda to wrap up the field.
Kind of wonder if this one is really up to the task from a class standpoint, but he is in very good form right now.
Well, for more on this field as they hit the track, let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, good-looking crew assembled there on track, Acacia, as we'll begin with Drake's Passage. 1 of 2 here for Christophe Clement. He is the layoff runner, though, but if history would be correct, the last time he came off of a similar layoff going back to last year, he won quite nicely. And I thought he looked fit that day, though it was a very tough field he was in, and it was 2 because he was a 3-year-old taking on some older foes, but now as a 4-year-old, he definitely fits with the crew that he meets today, and he looks really fit yet again. And I think this 1-term mile is ultimately going to prove his best trip, much like his sire Tonalist, as Christophe Clement himself has said that he, Drake's Passage, is probably the most reminiscent of his sire that he at least has trained. Moving on to a duo for Chad Brown. Number 5, Cascais, is a beautiful son of Into Mischief. He just really catches your eye. But while he had an improved effort in his last, I think he took advantage of the track that day to just narrowly be defeated by repeat winner Ben Doog, who is my newest horse crush running in this country. Cascais was on the rail. It was a good day to be down there where Ben Doog was chasing out wide the entire way. Could he come back and run well? I mean, based upon the way he looks, absolutely. He looks fantastic out there. But again, I just wouldn't put so much credence into that effort. But like I said, complimented by Ben Doog coming back and winning with a 99 Buyer in his next. As we'll also take a look at number 4, Moore's Law. He's the other layoff runner. He's going to have to improve off the bench to be competitive here. So you're banking on him being better as a 4-year-old, Chad bringing him back and making him better as a 4-year-old, / the gelding helping a bit. A horse that did carry some excess conditioning going back to that 3-year-old season, and the gelding has definitely lightened him up a bit, especially behind. So with that being said, I feel like maybe he needs to strengthen up a bit and kind of regain that muscle mass in those hindquarters. So I'll take the wait and see approach with him, and I always thought that the longer the better with Moore's Law. Then again, maybe he just wants some pace to run into. The same can be said for big price on number 1, Heroes Medal. I think he was against the track last time out in that common race with Ben Doog. He is really slow into stride. I mean, that's his Achilles heel. He does give himself way too much to do. But at 11-1, my man is strutting his stuff out there. He looks fantastic, and it would be great to see Jose Lascano off of that brief time away due to injuries and concussion protocol to get back in the winner's circle for his main barn in Linda Rice, guys.
It definitely would be great, Maggie. Well said. Heroes Medal, Jose Lascano climbing aboard for Linda Rice, as we're very glad to see him back on the track. The number 3, Drake's Passage, though, as Maggie mentioned, coming back to make his first start as a 4-year-old. And we'll take a look at his last race in December, where he just missed behind Maker's Candy, a horse who was in very good form at the time as well, and a horse that much prefers the one-turn mile. Maker's Candy would come back to win again in his subsequent start with a 99 buyer.
And he's run against a horse here that's in very good form with Maker's Candy. He was running against some very tough competition throughout pretty much his last 4 to 5 starts, really. And I mean, he's shown up almost every time with a solid effort. We'll see what we get from him coming back off the bench as a 4-year-old. But that last race was his highest buyer speed figure of a 99. And as you said, flattered by the return of Maker's Candy, following that with another win.
Drake's Passage, son of Tonalist, and as Maggie touched on, he looks like Tonalist as well, similar types of markings. And I wasn't around when Tonalist was running in his height as far as being close to the barn, but I'm told that Tonalist was very good around people, very sweet, very social horse. Drake likes to keep his distance, and if you get too close, he will let you know. He will let you know. So Maggie always doing the stall shots. Don't get too close to Drake's Passage in the future.
Well, Maggie's had plenty of experience getting close to some of the horses that we've seen at Oaklawn over the past couple of months. Sometimes a little bit too close to some of them, but yes, it all depends on what their temperament is, of course. And so good to know about him that he might not be the friendliest guy out there, but he is pretty talented.
Cascade, meanwhile, second behind Ben Doog. Last time out, as we mentioned, flattered by the company kept.
Yes, exactly. He's just faced some pretty solid horses, including that Cigar Mile, where he was so up against it in terms of where he was on the racetrack. And that was a day where you really did want to be forward and save ground towards the inside. But I feel as though he was helped by the racetrack last time. He was inside. I think that's where you wanted to be that day in his comeback race on April 6th. And that number is just faster than pretty much anything we had seen from him in the past. It's not like he had never run a fast race, but he also has several races that really don't compete here.
Top pick for you in here, Sarah?
I went to Moore's Law. I'm hoping that he can improve a little bit, coming back now off the layoff, and hoping that I can get the other Chad angle to continue the positive ROI.
It's been working out pretty well, especially this weekend, too. Loading in for the 6th race, talented group assembling, as we'll get a chance to see the favorite Drake's Passage go in there, and getting set for the 6th. Chris Griffin standing by for the call.
And complete agenda. Is in. All set. And they're off. Cascade breaks with early speed right to the front, and Heroes Medal, who is off a step slow, is now rushing up to catch this early leader. It's Cascade, and Manny Franco is well clear, is up by 3/4 of a length. Here comes Drake's Passage to the outside with Moore's Law right there. They're now going to be in the 2nd and 3rd spot as Heroes Medal is challenging towards the inside. In between horses, Mr. Ripple is second to last. Just a tight squeeze there, is in the 5th position, and the trailer is complete agenda. 23-3 for that opening quarter mile. Cascasia's got the lead. Drake's Passage is right to the flank here of Cascasia. Just watching this pace setter within a half length of the lead. Heroes Medal is at the rail, ground saving journey as they approach. 4 furlongs left to go. Really wanted to go is Mr. Ripple. Nowhere to go, but is in the 4th spot as Moore's Law is now shoved along a wide journey complete agenda. 46-3 for the half-mile time, and Cascade is doing it very nicely. Cascade and Drake's Passage is in pursuit, and the 2 favorites start to skip away. Down at the inside, Heroes Medal is all in. Trying to rally on there, Mr. Ripple, who is now in the clear, is going to be 3 wide. Cascade is in hand. Quick look back here from Manny Franco, and Cascade has not been asked yet, and now gets the cue and kicks away. Cascade is trying to win it right here, approaching the final furlong. Drake's Passage continues to chase this leader. These 2 continue to duke it out, but Cascade is holding the advantage, is up by a length and a half, call it 2. Drake's Passage going to try one more time inside the final 16th. Cascade is almost there. Drake's Passage is catching. Cascade will win it. Cascade wins it over Drake's Passage, Heroes Medal, and Mr. Ripple in 1 minute 34.48 seconds.
using the speed to his advantage. Cascade went out to the front and was able to hold off Drake's Passage. They just went 1-2 around the track.
Yeah, it was a merry-go-round type of race, and the fractions were honest enough, but Cascade able to get things his own way on the front end, and it seems as though that last race, maybe not some sort of fluke, perhaps able to back up that effort, and nobody really running home from the back whatsoever.
5-3-1-2 as Cascade takes them gate to wire in this 6th race. And yeah, maybe was helped by the track last time out, but the speed always dangerous, and he's the true miler and was able to kind of validate that last effort off the bench.
I think so, and I mean, yes, he got things his own way, and another horse that maybe projected to have some speed on paper, Mr. Ripple, didn't send aggressively, but those fractions were honest enough, and he was able to hold off Drake's Passage in the final stages of this race. No one really making up ground from the back of this field. Heroes Medal just kind of plodding along for 3rd place, and it seemed like these two in the wagering, it ended up being these two in the exacta.
9-5 over even money, 5-3-1-2 in race number 6 at Belmont at the Big A. As far as what's going on over at Churchill Downs on Kentucky Derby Day, stakes action coming up next once again as the Grade 2 American Turf is next. These are a look at live odds and Legend of Time. The number 5, no surprise, Charlie Appleby with Frankie Dettori, currently 6-5 on the board, as this is a horse who has really done very little wrong in his career. Sarah, coming off of a win in the Jumeirah Classic at Maidan last time out.
Look, he's ultra talented. He's 4 for 5, really untested in many of his career starts so far. The only loss, he was a little bit keen in his 2nd start, going a little bit short of the 7 furlong distance on a straightaway at Newmarket. But this was his last win, and this was a solid performance. And you can really just see that he is a horse that has so much acceleration when really asked to finish the job. And oftentimes we see these horses be bet because of the form that they come in with, because of the connections they have. They usually also win.
As Legend of Time taking the attention, and it will be a little bit of a test for him today too, though. To be fair, his lone kind of group or graded try was at Newmarket. That was his only defeat, and so we'll see what he does going into the American Turf in here today.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see. I mean, he's a horse that I know a lot of people are going to really single in on within their multi-race wagers, and I think that if you can beat him, you're likely to get paid throughout the rest of the sequences, and a really open betting board outside of that.
Some very big prices on there right now. Cugino at 6-1 is the second choice for Shug McGahee. Frankie Dettori, though, he could have a big afternoon as he'll have a Derby mount this afternoon. He finished 6th with his only career Derby mount, and maybe we'll have a chance with Society Man. We'll have to work out a trip from the far outside post this afternoon, though.
We all knew that retirement announcement wasn't going anywhere, right? I mean, he has done so well since transitioning over to be in the United States more full-time, having multiple win days at Santa Anita, and now, of course, riding in Kentucky on the biggest stages. And none of us get tired of seeing that Frankie Dettori flying dismount, and I'm sure we wouldn't mind seeing one from a Derby horse as well. Society Man, an unlikely winner to me, but crazier things have happened.
He was over 100-1 when he finished 2nd in the Wood Memorial to qualify for this race. So Frankie Dettori picking up the mount and will be aboard Society Man, a horse that, as you mentioned, he'll be a long shot. But hey, we saw Rich Strike winning at a huge price a couple years ago. And now actually Society Man will be 2nd from last on the outside with Epic Ride drawing in. A horse that has caught a lot of people's attention in the morning, though, is the number 7, Honor Marie, trained by Whit Beckman, just training for a short time after being a former assistant to Todd Fletcher and Chad Brown, and getting his own opportunity now. Let's hear from Whit on how his Derby horse is doing.
Ben Curtis, he came down to Louisiana from England, his first year in the U.S. Kind of came in, started tearing things up early, figured out dirt racing pretty quick. After the Risen Star, we were looking to make a change, and we thought that he would just be a tremendous fit for our horse, the way he kind of rides. From a European standpoint, able to kind of, sit off the pace, come from behind. I always felt my horse was like a turf horse that runs on dirt, likes to make one late run and has a huge kick, and we felt Ben would be a tremendous fit.
And Whit Beckman, as I mentioned, Anna Marie turning a lot of heads coming into this Kentucky Derby. And for Ben Curtis, a huge opportunity as well.
And this is always a nice time when you get to see some of those connections that we haven't heard from as much coming into the Kentucky Derby, get to know a little bit more about their stories with a horse that has a lot of talent. And as you mentioned, he is lighting things up in the morning, a lot of attention on his early workouts heading into the Derby.
Back at Belmont at the Big A, we saw a gate-to-wire winner in the 6th race with Cascade. Second off that little bit of a layoff. He had a kind of an outlier figure last time out, went second behind Ben Duke. Well, he came back and won today, taking them gate-to-wire, holding off Drake's Passage in the stretch $5.70 winner.
And committed to going to the front was Manny Franco with this horse, where he had been forwardly placed in some of his more successful efforts in the past. I thought he was helped a little bit by the racetrack last time. Maybe not the case today, maybe validating where he stands from a class standpoint coming into the rest of this year.
Race 7 coming up next, Belmont at the Big A. We're going 6.5 furlongs, and it will be a $16,000 claiming race. Right now, the number 3, Hot Rod Rumble, who has a lot of speed. And first off the claim for Rob Atris is your favorite. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the Derby picture, including Catching Freedom and his jockey, Flavian Pratt, one of the best in the game, and could be the Pratt effect in the Kentucky Derby. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious as we turn our attention to Oaklawn Park. A maiden claiming coming up next, going 6 furlongs, $12,500 for 3-year-olds and upward. The number 4, String Theory, currently the heavy favorite, as this is a horse who was second last time out. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting off at the 1, Statler.
Horse that's just making his second start will have to get a little bit faster than his first one, but was off slow.
Here's the 2, Palmetto Devil for the Asmussen team.
A horse that is going out for a formidable team here, but is a little bit slow on paper.
Preparedness trying to turn things around.
Has had plenty of opportunities, 0 for 6 so far.
Your favorite string theory?
Just has some of the faster numbers relative to the rest of this field. Big workout coming in as well.
The 5, Excuse.
Plenty of chances for this one on all 3 surfaces, 0 for 16.
The 6 is out. Here's the 7, third time start for No Mo Whining.
A horse that is a little bit more lightly raced than some of his competitors, but also needs to pick it up speed figure-wise.
Honest Opinion, third in his last 2.
He's been getting slowly better based on his last couple of races relative to his debut.
Francisco Arrieta going to be aboard the 9, Interrupter.
A horse that did run third at 11-1 last time out, perhaps moving in the right direction.
Big price on this horse here is the 10, Stormcat Eyes.
This is one that just also needs to get quite a bit faster on paper.
One that's been beaten quite a bit in his last few. Here's Speaking Loud.
Comes out of that same race as your current favorite in String Theory, which is running a little bit late.
Does have early speed, this horse, Cadillac Cowboy.
Well named, I suppose. A horse that is 0 for 12, but has hit the board a couple of times.
And drawing in from the also eligible list, here's the 13, My Brother Mike.
A horse that would be a surprise to me, but I always root for those 0 for 20-something maidens. He is 0 for 26.
He's due. Let's check in with Paula Duca live at Oaklawn.
They're always due, Sarah. I love that comment. I always say all the time, they're going to find a field sooner or later that they're going to beat. I'm with you. So I love that comment. That was great. When you look at this race, String Theory is the horse to beat, right? I mean, the horse is even money. And on paper, that last race probably wins this race. I mean, when you look at some of the others in here, you're looking at, you're splitting hairs when it comes to some of these other horses if you get beyond the 4 String Theory. I mean, the horse got left in the debut and ran a monster race, and then the next time out, the horse broke a little bit better. Now, I've been running for state breds. Now, this is one of these races. It seems like they run it almost every day. It's one of those races where it's $20,000 for Arkansas breds, $12,500 for Kentucky breds. And I've said this many times over. I know we only got about a day and a half of racing. It's been a pretty good split. The Arkansas breds have hung pretty well with the Kentucky breds in this condition. As I say that, String Theory clicks down to 3-5. I don't know if 3-5 is what you want to take in an Arkansas bred race here, Acacia. I like the 7, No More Whining on paper, but I will say this. Gosh, he got worked up in the post parade, and that's I guess the beauty of being on the racetrack, and I do like him. I think he can maybe improve, but I can understand why he's had some gait issues. He's just one of those horses that he's just high-strung, and he needs to calm down a little bit. Hopefully he could maybe exercise those demons a little bit. The 11 horse, Speaking Loud for Kenny McPeak, dropped back to going around 1 turn last time out and did run on well. You get Emmanuel Esquivel aboard. Slight dip in class, and the horse looks tremendous on the racetrack. So like I said, I did like the 7 at 19-1, for a price in here. I just didn't like the way he looked on the racetrack. I will tell you this, the 4 can win this race at 3-5 all day. I mean, this is ridiculous. To be honest with you, I think the 4 should be about 6-5, and the 8 should be somewhere around 3-1, somewhere in that area, not 3-5 in here. So maybe No More Whining. This is what he does most of the time. I'll still take a shot at a big price.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Some good questions as far as the 7, No Mo Whining, but hey, he's 20-1, and Paul bringing up some points as to why you could see him breaking slowly if he lacks focus, not going to be ready at the start of the race, and kind of puts you behind the 8 ball before the race even begins.
Absolutely, and that's not what you want to see at a level of competition ever, but especially not one of the lower level races where you do have horses that sometimes might be a little bit more reluctant to pass other horses or not quite have that winning kick when it matters in the stretch. So I like Paulie going with an alternative to your short-priced favorite, because I think in a wide open affair like this, taking the horse that, yes, maybe has the fastest numbers, but still hasn't gotten the job done yet, at a super short price, it's not really something I'd be very inclined to do. As he just clicked down to 1-2 now, which is way too short a price to take on anybody at a level like this.
Yeah, with a 12-horse field, everybody trying to win for $20,000. We'll take a look at the 8 Honest Opinion and his last race. Didn't get out of the gate that well that day, and he's a horse that does have the ability to show a little bit of tactical speed, but especially when sprinting, and you see how he stumbled coming out, that once again kind of puts you behind things right at the beginning.
And was able to really sort of overcome that, to try to do some running. And I like seeing that from a horse, showing that tenacity, showing that winning instinct towards the outside to make up some ground and at least try within the race. And I mean, this is a horse that on debut was running second to Lightline, who is a pretty good horse for the Brad Cox barn. And while he wasn't quite able to get back to that level, his last 2 races have been steps in the right direction relative to his debut. And perhaps he's a horse that is just finding the right kind of field.
Maybe finding his friends today. Honest Opinion, he's 7-2 on the board right now, 3-5 on the 4-string theory. And as Paul mentioned, he certainly can win this race. String theory, Ron Moquette with Rafael Bejarano in the saddle. The big question, though, is do you want him at such a short price? Well, you can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. It's Derby Day. Join now and get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Kentucky Derby. Use promo code DERBY25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit bonus. Taking a look at the field for Kentucky Derby, 150 just a few hours away, as this group of 23-year-olds will go postward to go the 1.25 miles of America's most prestigious race. And the field, yes, Sarah, kind of centers around the 2 big ones with Fierceness and Sierra Leone, but you can make a case for plenty of others, including a horse that I know you're intrigued by with Catching Freedom.
Yeah, I just think that he's going to get sort of that middle trip versus a horse like Sierra Leone, who closes from so far back, or a horse like Fierceness, who is going to be forwardly placed, if not on ascend for the lead. I don't think he needs the lead to win, but he should be forward. And there's some other pace in this race. And I think that Catching Freedom is a horse that is just improving at the right time. It's that winning profile for a Kentucky Derby horse that I like to see as they take those progressive steps forward and perhaps could peak at the right time in the right race, perhaps with the right trip, and I think that he'll at least be a fair enough price to find out.
Be ridden by jockey Flavian Pratt, one of the best in the game. He rode this horse last time out to win the Louisiana Derby. And yes, he technically has won the Kentucky Derby with Country House. He was elevated to first after disqualification, but I'm sure that Flavian would be very happy to have that experience of crossing the wire first.
And I think Brad Cox would be as well to win on that day outright. So I think both of them are sort of seeking that redemption.
Back over at Oaklawn Park, we did have a late scratch to report. The number 9 Interrupter coming out as a late scratch, so that's the reason for the little bit of the delay before this 6th race at Oaklawn. Again, late scratch of the 9 Interrupter as they move towards the starting gate for the 6th race at Oaklawn Park. 3-5 still on the 4-string theory. Again, maiden claiming race here as they start to load in. Again, kicking things off here with the 6th at Oaklawn Park. We'll see who gets to have their graduation day this afternoon. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the rest of the load and call.
Gate cam as Palmetto Devil takes his spot in the gate. Honest Opinion goes in as well. Preparedness loading in the pink jacket. Storm Cat Eyes. String Theory coming up. A heavy favorite now, String Theory at 3-5. Speaking Loud, post 11. Excuse. Statler's rider, Martin Schwann, went out the back of the gate. Statler is going to back out here. Got very restless in there. The rest of them in the starting gate. They're going to load My Brother Mike to the outside. Veterinarian taking a look at Statler. He'll be the last one to step into the gate. The rider's going to hop back aboard here, Martin Schwann. So given a green light to go, we make sure that all of our horses are always checked out to make sure that everyone's safe and healthy to compete. We're ready, and they're off. Statler was a little bit slow to go. Good beginning from Palmetto Devil, the gray horse, and Cadillac Cowboy. These two are quickest, and now both runners take back. String Theory takes it to him. He's offensive-minded. String Theory, the leader, a half length from Excuse, who's running in the second position. A length farther back to Storm Cat Eyes, running in third, speaking loud to the outside, showing a lot more speed than usual. He's 5 ahead of Palmetto Devil approaching the four-turn run. No Mo Whining, Honest Opinion are next, followed by Preparedness and Statler. Cadillac Cowboy was up top momentarily, has plummeted back to the second last spot, and my brother Mike is at the back. Around the 4 turns, String Theory appears to be cruising on the front end. He's put 2.5 lengths on Speaking Loud, who takes the second spot. Storm Cat Eyes is third. Honest Opinion is rallying on 3 wide. He's on the move, has 4 lengths to gain on the favorite String Theory. String Theory switches leads, kicks to a 3-length lead. Honest Opinion finishing nicely on the outside, making it a race. String Theory in front. Honest Opinion's got him, though, and Honest Opinion ran right by String Theory, who had absolutely no excuses today. He's just second best to Honest Opinion and Walter Dela Cruz, who picks up a 2-bagger. String Theory was second. My brother Mike third. No Mo Whining fourth.
Honest Opinion with the win at Oaklawn Park, able to run down your favorite String Theory in the stretch. But first, Sarah, I just have to give a shout out because I saw something that I've never seen before that was amazing. When Statler was acting up in the gate and Martin Schwann jumped off, it was Francisco Arrieta, whose horse was a late scratch, that gave him a leg back up and pushed the horse in the gate.
I mean, the camaraderie, the helpfulness. I mean, that is a team player right there to get you back on your horse and ready to go out of the gate. And 3 to 5, just way too short on your second place finisher in that race. Honest Opinion, able to run him down.
Honest Opinion with the win at Oaklawn Park. We'll be stepping aside. Sarah, your Derby pick today?
I'm going with Catching Freedom for the Brad Cox barn, number 4. He's third choice on the morning line, proving at the right time, has been getting progressively faster, and I think that he's going to sit a good trip over both of your favorites in Fierceness and Sierra Leone.
Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. I'll be back on that side of the table a little bit later on for some of the stakes action today in New York. And we'll talk more about the Derby pictures. Chad Brown looks for his first win. He's been close in the Kentucky Derby, but looking for that winner's circle moment with 2 big chances this year. The late closing Sierra Leone and Tampa Bay Derby winner, Domestic Product.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Mid-Atlantic made 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen.
As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Expectations were high for Connections when they bought Sierra Leone for $2.3 million as a yearling, and he met them right away with a strong debut. His second and final start of his juvenile campaign saw him battle Dornoch to the wire in the Remsen, just being nosed out in the final strides. He came out running to start 2024 with a win in the Risen Star before sweeping by the field in the Bluegrass at Keeneland last out. Can Sierra Leone give trainer Chad Brown that elusive first Kentucky Derby victory?
With continuing live coverage on Kentucky Derby Saturday, opening Saturday of this Belmont at the Big A meet, and Chad Brown trying to get that first ever Kentucky Derby victory. He's got 2 chances to do it. This is his, most would think, his best chance. Sierra Leone. Horsu Mig is a nose away from perfection.
Yeah, I mean, in a bare, scant nose as well, and it was only in his second start, stretching out to a mile and a furlong. Got into a battle with Dornoch that day.
That inside post, there's a look at these current odds right now. You worried about post 2 for Sierra Leone at all?
I'm not, because he's a deep closer, and I think he'll drop out quickly enough where he won't get caught in any sort of a jam. You think about those old, outside horses, they're going to fold over like a big wave. If he was a horse that had some modicum of speed, he might get caught in that. I think he will be back behind any of that traffic jam. He'll get to save all the ground in the first turn, and Tyler Gaffleone has been one of the leading riders, if not the leading rider in Kentucky for several years now, so he knows his way around Churchill Downs.
I know you're incredibly high on him and just how much skill he has as a rider. 7th at Belmont. Let's get back here to New York. $16,000 claiming race in the 7th coming up. 6.5 furlongs. By the way, the MIG, leading rider in the history of this racetrack at Aqueducts. Richard Migliore, I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you as we take over from Acacia and Sarah. We kick off this post parade with Hot Rod Rumble, who inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1 and 2.
Yeah, comes in off of some strong efforts. Good win last time, and he has speed in the inside.
Beach Boy Al, 3-1. Dylan Davis for Jeremiah Engard. He faced a good one last time out.
Yeah, and he's taken a significant drop in class. This is the easiest he's been in a very long time.
I like Bust and Shout quite a bit in this spot. Trevor McCarthy for Wayne Potts.
9-time winner, very honest type runner, should be lurking from just off the pace.
And it looks like plenty of speed to set it up for him as well. Poppy's Pride, 5-1. He is taking money for Orlando Nota.
He's a horse that can show good speed, can stalk. Which tactic do they use today?
Predicted. He's got speed going longer, but there's better sprint speed, it seems like, in the race.
Yeah, and especially coming out of those longer races, sometimes they just don't have that same amount of speed.
This Kenny had a notion who went by. He's got some very big races out of town at Charlestown.
Yeah, he's thrown in some good races. You know he's handy if he can handle those turns at Charlestown.
And Airport, who used to be a very good speedster at one time, he was just beat second for 12,000, a little bit softer last out.
Yeah, after a bumpy and stumbling beginning last time, and the outside post probably benefits him.
Late pick 5 on our Saturday card begins in this race coming up. We're 5 minutes to post. You could play this late pick 5, the pick 4, everything all summer long and beyond, and of course the Kentucky Derby by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. If you're a new member, that's the code to punch in to get a $25 free play and that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. $25 free play in the Derby. Punch in Derby 25 right there at NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Huge day, obviously, in our sport. We're going to continue to follow what's going on out in Louisville. Meanwhile, here, Belmont at the Big A, the 7th race coming up. I'm a little surprised to see Hot Rod Rumble so short. We'll get back to that race, though, in a moment. Let's go back to Friday. I know you like Torpedo Anna. I like Torpedo Anna. Paulie liked Torpedo Anna. Quite a few of us did. She ran huge, and Brian Hernandez Jr. decided not to mess around, felt he was on the best horse, and said, let's go to the front.
She broke sharply. Nobody seemed to be in a huge hurry. He allowed her to go forward and hold that inside position, and she took challenges. It took she took 3 or 4 different challenges, and turning for home, I mean, down the back, she got so comfortable. And you see Ways and Means parked up outside of her. She's taking heat from Fiona's Magic. But look how well she's doing it. She's not pulling, but she's just relaxed doing it. And it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. So she was going fast properly. And when Brian Hernandez sets her down, she just kicked on again. This was a huge effort. Mostly hands and heels. He got after a little bit with a left-handed crop to keep her reminded of her business. And this is the largest winning margin since Rachel Alexandra winning the Kentucky Oaks.
96 by her speed figure in victory. She wins by more than 4 lengths, beating the 2-year-old champion filly, beating the really strong Ways and Means, who was making her second start coming back, who wound up 4th in this race. She dominated this group. This was a huge performance from her, and I think now a lot of excitement. You know, Kenny McPeak was telling everybody leading up to this race he expected her to be this good, and she lived up to it.
Yeah, I mean, he had been talking so confidently all week how she was training, kept saying he had a grizzly bear, they better be prepared. And he was right. I didn't see really any huge excuses for anybody else. She was just the best horse in the Kentucky Oaks. And now Kenny McPeak has an opportunity to double up, be the 3rd trainer to ever win the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby in the same year. Brian Hernandez could be the 8th jockey to do it, and together they could be the 3rd jockey trainer pair to do it together.
And he's got Mystic Dan, of course, and that's a horse with, outside of fierceness, one of the biggest numbers of anybody in that field that they've run. I know someone else who liked Torpedo Anna in the Oaks, and that was Maggie Wolfendale. What did you think of that performance, Maggie?
I got nervous when they posted the opening fraction, to be fair, or opening 2 fractions, but then I looked at her, I honed in on her. Her ears are flicking back and forth. She was doing it so easily, so comfortably. And Brian Hernandez, who is really asserting himself. I'm glad that, you know, as of the last few years, he's really getting the attention he deserves, because not only is he a really good jockey, he's also a really good horseman, and I think those coupled are a potent duo and a powerful thing to have in your arsenal. And as far as the horses who ran behind her, nothing taken away from Just FYI. Looking forward to what she brings to the table, but I'm hoping that Ways and Means turns back a little bit. I think she could be really dangerous in the Acorn coming up on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend. But taking a look at this upcoming race here, it's a 7th, and while your favorite is Hot Rod Rumble, first off the claim for Rob Atras, I have no problems with him. We'll see if there's any other pace applied here, though, because Poppy's Pride is a horse who normally does have pace. He got away slowly last time and had to rush up. So we'll see what kind of trip Hot Rod Rumble is able to pull today, being down on the inside at speed. I'm a little interested in Beach Boy Allen, hoping that they do hook up and provide a little pace. He's just been facing better horses in his last few. And he's a horse that always catches my eye. I think at this level, yes. Could it be a negative drop? Sure. But it's like this horse kind of was, he ran for maiden 11,000. And that's where he broke his maiden. So it's fine. I'm fine with the drop. He got good over a period of time, and now he's kind of back to reality. As we'll move on to the outside runner in number 9, Airport for Rudy Rodriguez. Wondering if this guy is rounding back into some of his better form. He lost his way a bit earlier this year, and his last race I thought was very good. He chased between in hand. He was blocked at the quarter pole. He split horses where the winner just got the jump on him. He looks great. A horse that I've always kind of liked physically too, and he's a generous price right now of 9-1. Maybe he can perch outside as that stalking speed, Greg.
Yeah, he used to be at one time, he's 6 years old now, very, very good, and it was very dangerous with his speed, but he's got some options now from that outside post.
Yeah, he's going to be able to kind of look over Jose Gomez, who won the Westchester yesterday. He contributed a nice ride on Messier, and assess what's going on, and then allow his horse to, you know, move accordingly. Does he need to be a little closer, or he sits a little longer? Outside posts, always a good thing in these one-turn races.
Now back to the 9-5 favorite. You see a little bit of wind here in South Ozone Park, New York. Hot Rod Rumble, 9-5 favorite right now. That inside post, do you expect Manny Franco to try and assert and be on the lead here?
Manny is an aggressive rider. Inside post simplifies things. I don't think he's going to give away his inside position. I just think he's going to go gate to wire. It's interesting, the 4, Beach Boy out quickly. His last work on the Saratoga training track, they opened up a little early. Makes it feel like that Belmont Saratoga's right around the corner, more reality.
That horse pretty quick, too. Poppy's Pride, the 6 here, Lane Luzzy. This horse went 44 and change to the half last time out.
Yeah, and that was the most speed he's shown. More recently, he'd been stalking.
Favorite, though, inside post, the 3, Hot Rod Rumble with Manny Franco. It's Rob Atras first off the claim, late pick 5. Starts here in the 7th. Belmont at the Big A, opening Saturday on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Airport goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Airport right to the front. It's Airport who's got early speed, and down towards the inside here comes Hot Rod Rumble, and joining them, that's Poppy's Pride in between horses. Those three across the track. Bust and Shout is now going to track in the 4th position, but gets passed immediately by Kenny Had a Notion, who's taken 4th out in the center of the racetrack. Back there in 5th is Predicted. That's the gray. Bust and Shout is in the 6th spot. The trailer is Beach Boy Al. Still 3 across the racetrack, 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. Hot Rod Rumble's got the lead, but has plenty of company. Here comes Poppy's Pride is re-engaging the leader. 3 wide there is Airport. Predicted is just cruising along there in the 4th position, is patiently ridden, is 5.5 off the lead. Now being asked the question there is Bust and Shout. They've got a lot of ground to make up. And a 3-way battle up top. It's Poppy's Pride with a nose in front. Hot Rod Rumble is down at the rail. Airport is starting to roll down the center of the racetrack, and Poppy's Pride and Airport start to duke it out, and now Poppy's Pride is getting the best of the battle. It is Poppy's Pride. Lane Luzzy opening up in the final stages inside the final furlong. Predicted is rallying on, but they are running out of time. A 16th left to go. Poppy's Pride is going to win this one and win it well at 9-1. Poppy's Pride wins it. Hanging on for second was Airport with an oncoming Predicted. Also right there was Hot Rod Rumble in a photo in 1 minute 16.58 seconds.
Poppy's Pride 9-1. Lane Luzzy, part of an early pace duel, decided to check out of there and concede to Manny Franco and able to sit just off the pace and get this win.
Yeah, but this horse was never in the most comfortable position. Lane wanted to ease him back a little bit, but he outside pressure from Airport. And he wound up saying, okay, well, I got to get back up in there. And then this horse just kicked away. This was a really big effort from Poppy's Pride. More gameness and determination than we've seen in his recent starts.
9-1, Lane Luzzy. Dad Mike, who you competed against on the circuit for many years, his agent now. And they're teaming up, and Lane says he wants to try and accomplish some of the things that Dad left on the table and do it for both of them.
Well, I think Lane has the ability to do it. His dad certainly instilled the work ethic in him. Mike was a tremendous competitor. And I honestly see so many similarities in Lane's riding style to Mike's riding style. Obviously, watching him as a kid really made an impression.
9-1 again. Poppy's Pride, the 6-year-old with the 8th win of his career. And he'd had 3 prior starts this year. He'd not hit the board in any of them. So a big reversal here to get the victory for Orlando Noda. First off to claim our late pick 5 underway with fairly big upset here in this 7th. Belmont at the Big A. Back to Churchill Downs, grade 1 coming up next. The Churchill Downs. $1 million purse, and a horse we know very well, Hoist the Gold, who we saw here in New York going gate to wire. John Velasquez, crafty ride, taking advantage in that Cigar Mile.
Yeah, and a very similar setup, I believe, to that Cigar Mile. Drawn on the outside. He was 11 of 12 in the Cigar Mile. He's 10 of 10 now with the scratch. But I think that really aids this horse because he gets in a good rhythm and he allows him to just kind of bowl along. He is coming back from Saudi Arabia. You always wonder how those trips affect horses. It seems like it's less and less prevalent, and he's been training lights out at Churchill Downs.
Class horse who's tackled all this top company. This win obviously aided. It was a bit of a speed bias track that afternoon, and he was able to take advantage, but he has kept very, very elite company.
He has taken on the best that North America's had to offer. Then he went to Saudi. Now he was a non-factor there, but probably a little further than he wants to go. I like the turn back to 7/8 for him.
7-2. Morning line. He's actually 9-2 right now, but this is a wide open race. I believe the favorite right now is 4-1. Feels like a race where everybody has within them the ability on their best to win.
Yeah, I think this is a very competitive edition of the Churchill Downs. And it's trips. You get these bigger fields on these big days, and who gets the best trip, who's good on the day, and who works out the right kind of trip. And everybody's a little bit more amped up on Derby Day, a little bit more excitement. Sometimes the paces get a little quicker, although the track's been playing fast.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on it. Let's get back to what we just saw here in New York and the start of the late pick 5, Poppy's Pride. There's Lane Luzzy.
Even
Nice catch.
tosses his crop like his dad, and the Valets are so good. They got great hands, the Valets.
Lane looks like he could have been a quarterback. Poppy's Pride between horses. Not the most comfortable spot to be in. Doesn't matter.
No, but Lane tried to do the right thing on backstretch, save some horse, rate him just a little bit, got that outside pressure and said, well, I can't give up that position. And it was the right move. It was the winning move because the horse that put that pressure on him was wound up second, Airport. So basically a 3-speed number on the racetrack.
Dominates this group. Again, his 8th career win for this 6-year-old. First off the claim win for the Nota Barn with young Lane Luzzy in the irons. Fort Marcy up next. Grade 2 on the grass, mile and an 1/8. And a couple of interesting horses came out of here in a tone, an exact estimate. Even with them in, Autumn and Fleet would have been the favorite. He is facing such an easier task in a race this year compared to when he won it last year.
Yeah, and he worked out a really good trip last year coming up the inside. You get Richard Mullins back aboard, who was aboard that day, and he looks like he's just going to be very, very tough to beat here.
3 to 5 probably deserves to be in this spot. Class horse who's won over $600,000 in his career. Charlie Appleby, we know how dominant he's been on the international stage. His horses, whether they win or not, and they win a lot, more than they probably should, but they always seem to run and come with their A game.
I think he's just so good at identifying the horses that will take to American racing, or even excel. They'll get faster paces, firmer ground, and that's an art. There are a lot of good European horses come here and maybe don't adjust as well. His horses adjust, but I think it's because he picks the ones out that he knows will.
Won in this race last year as an even money favorite. Followed that up with a 3rd place finish in the Grade 1 Manhattan. Very good horse coming off a Group 3 win at Newmarket, leading up to this return spot to try and defend his title in this Ford Marcy. We'll have more in this race coming up in a little bit. We're going to head out to Hot Springs. 7th race coming up out at Oaklawn in this 30,000 claiming 2-turn mile ahead. In the 7th, we're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. In the 7, Life is Hard, taking a lot of support on the board. 8 to 5 right now for the James DeVito barn. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard. And a horse who's dropping out of a 62,000 non-winners of 3 condition. We start with Curly Jack for Tom Amos on the rail.
Inside position, Rafael Bejarana's got a good, has had a good meet. This horse gets back to the dirt.
Iroquois winner back as a 2-year-old. Long shot, the 2 went by. Here's T-Bone's Trick, another big price.
Yeah, another big price, a horse that's going to have to step up his game.
Hard to fathom, explains it almost perfectly, I guess.
Kind of appropriate for this spot.
Mega Tap, nearly 30 to 1. Martin Schwann.
This horse has some races that actually would make him competitive here. I wouldn't throw this horse out. He has the race under his belt sprinting.
Mr. Thunderstruck going to take a drop down in class.
You drop in class and you get Carlos Barbosa, who's done a very good job, an apprentice that I think's got a future.
Here's the favorite going by with Santana.
Yeah, Jimmy DeVito has put together a nice Oaklawn stand. Ricardo Santana, very tough.
Steve Asmussen's son Eric, as Steve tries to get that record for wins in a meet.
Yeah, taking the reins for his brother Keith, who is at Churchill Downs riding the Derby today, and certainly a major player.
Outrun him going by. Struggled at a similar level last start. Then Shack's Way, 5 to 1.
Yeah, horse that went gate to wire last time is going to have to employ those tactics from that out, towards the outside post.
Manny Esquivel had a tremendous meet. He's on Martini Blue.
Martini Blue has been showing speed sprinting. Got to think this horse is involved early.
And Ramon Vasquez on Home Run Trick, also eligible with speed to the outside, who draws in.
This horse has more long speed. I think he finds himself in more of a stalking spot today with some of that sprint speed in there.
7 minutes to post. Let's head out to Paulie for more on the 7th coming up. Paul.
Well, happy Derby Day to you guys out there in New York, Mig and Greg. Always good to have the trio aboard. Yeah, we are a trio because we room together in our offices in Saratoga. Name another better trio than us 3. Okay, on to this race. Confusing race, like all these races are. I'm going to start with the 1 Curly Jack for Tom Amos. This is a horse that you mentioned, Greg. It was a really good 2-year-old. This horse was in the Louisiana Derby. We lost to Angel of Empire. Was behind Instant Coffee. Now, if you look, this horse got gelded right in the new year, Tom had run this horse twice, gelded the horse, then they tried the turf, and the turf just did not happen. Now we're dropping back down to 30, and they're saying, okay, listen, maybe this is the time where we got to get him back near his friends or get him some confidence. And he's dangerous, just off the drop for me, at least at 5-1. And I think you're getting good value in here. Now the 7 is taking a lot of the money in here. Life is hard. And listen, this Son of Munnings is got the best numbers by far. It's not even close. If you're using rags, thoroughgraphs, whatever kind of sheets you're using, the horse is the best. And the horse does have a really good race at the distance. You know, the worry is he just hasn't run that many times around 2 turns. So are you willing to take him at that shorter price at 2-1? He might just be better than these horses, to be honest. And then the 8 Hearn, I mean, listen, his horse looks amazing, but all of Steve's horses look amazing when they come on the racetrack, look composed. And you guys were talking about Eric had a winner yesterday, and this horse at 9-2 is, I think a player in here. The 11 Shack's Way is taking some money from Michael Hewitt as well. And if I had a long shot, the 3 T-Bones Trick should not be 15-1. This is another horse that got some numbers that are very good. And if you go 5 back without a bad big break, this horse runs a race that can win this race. So I'm going to end up on Curly Jack at 5-1. But if I'm using value, the 3 at 15-1 is a ridiculous price.
All right, so Paulie, thanks. Couple interesting options if you want to go outside of the 9-5 favorite here, the 7. Yeah, Curly Jack. I mean, this horse was very good and precocious early on in his career. Going longer on the dirt. The last time we saw him, he was sprinting on the grass.
Yeah, it feels like they're trying to experiment a little bit at the fairgrounds this winter, and maybe just getting down to this $30,000 level, back to dirt, and a good inside post. Short run to that first turn. Maybe that does the trick.
Shows you how tough it is to get to the Kentucky Derby. Just look at Curly Jack. He was just missed in a stake at Ellis. He wins the Iroquois at Churchill Downs, getting some Derby points. Runs very good in the Kentucky Jockey Club, and then just didn't pan out.
Sometimes 2-year-olds that are successful, it's just because they're more mature than their rivals, right? They're just more precocious. It's like the kid that is already shaven in high school, right? He's just a little bit, further along than the others, and then everybody else catches up, and they don't continue to develop.
4 minutes to post here in the 7th. Of course, the run for the roses, the big one, still to come. And with what they have done on the international stage, you got to feel it's just a matter of time before Japan finally breaks through on the first Saturday in May and gets that first Kentucky Derby. They got 2 chances this year, T.O. Password, and then probably the horse they're coming to, I don't even know if it's an argument, the best chance they've ever had in this race. And Forever Young, who comes in undefeated, UAE Derby winner, who's been very good. Does not like dirt kicked in his face. Trainer says he has a plan for that.
Well, Yoshido Yahagi, obviously one of the best trainers out of Japan, has trained some very good horses from their champions.
Including a Triple Crown winner.
Yeah, in Japan. I actually was riding this horse around in the paddock the other day, which I get the biggest kick out of. He said that they've been working on that, wouldn't explain what they've been doing. He said it's a secret, but we'll see. It's nothing short of miraculous, the evolution of the Japanese racehorses, jockeys, trainers, the horse people, from the first Japan Cup in 1981 to current day. Frankly, their horses weren't that good. Their riders needed to develop a lot, but they have come such a long way in such a short period of time, and they've really found a handle on this international competition, becoming more and more successful. If it's not today, I don't think it will be that long before we see a Japanese runner win the Kentucky Derby.
And, looking at some of the other figures, Mystic Dan has that race on a wet racetrack that behind Fierceness is a class all his own.
Yes.
Mystic Dan has that one race on a wet track, didn't follow it up. Forever Young's the other horse who comes in with 2 figures back-to-back that are probably the second quickest of anyone in this field. But UAE Derby horses, winners of that race, just have not had success coming to the Derby.
Not yet, but I will say this: his UAE Derby, he beat a 4-year-old. Autobahn is a Southern Hemisphere horse, basically a horse that's 6 or 7 months older than Forever Young. So people might say, well, it wasn't that impressive. He was beating, in essence, an older horse early in the year. He also was aided by the scratch of Encino, because he would have been first to load in the split. They load 111 in a 20-horse field, 212, and so on. The fact that he got that scratch, he is the last one in the split now, less time spent in the starting gate.
And just a quick note, too, as we get back to Oaklawn on the other Japanese runner, Teo Password. He was outworking Teo St. Denis in the morning. Teo St. Denis ran huge in the Alley Sheba yesterday, tried to run away with that race. He actually hung on to hit the board for seconds.
At a big price, too.
At a huge price. So factor that in potentially. And that's a horse who might try and employ those same kind of tactics. He is a horse with speed. As we get back to Oaklawn for this 7th coming up, the 7 is the favorite. Life is Hard, Ricardo Santana Jr. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Mr. Thunderstruck coming up. 2 back, Martini Blue, and then Home Run Trick to the outside. Here's Home Run Trick. We're ready to go. And they're off. Hard to Fathom, Sent for Speed Hard. Life is Hard up on the lead as well. Mega tap between that pair. A 5-deep Home Run Trick. Shack's Way in the mix as they approach the clubhouse turn here. Battle on the lead ensues. The gray Home Run Trick, a half length behind Shack's Way, who takes command. Home Run Trick pressing from the outside second. They're in the first and second paths respectively. A gap of 3 to Hard to Fathom running in third. Martini Blue perched outside of him. A space of 4 to another pair. Hearn and Mega tap. Life is Hard, well off the pace today. He's a half length clear of Nicolau down on the inside. T-Bone's Trick between horses. Outrun him is 3 deep. A length and a half to Mr. Thunderstruck and Curly Jack. That pair trails the field together down the backstretch. The field separated by 15 lengths or so, and Shack's Way carves out the fractions. Went 22-4 for the first quarter, the half, and 46-1. Shack's Way a half length in front of Home Run Trick, who's been keeping the pressure on all the way. There's a gap of 4 to Hard to Fathom. Sent along on the rail. Martini Blue still racing outside of him. Now there's a gap of 5 or 6 to outrun him. Hearn being asked to pick up the pace. Life is Hard, the 9-5 favorite, has dropped back to the second last position, and he is beaten at this point. Top of the lane here. And the leader is still Shack's Way, but here's Hard to Fathom trying to make a move up the rail. Didn't get through. Ducks back to the outside. Martini Blue, they've been racing together throughout, and they're trying to move together. Mr. Thunderstruck's coming on. Shack's Way with the lead. He's fended off the challengers to this point. Hard to Fathom second. Shack's Way's going to see it out. Shack's Way over Hard to Fathom, Nicolau, and Mr. Thunderstruck.
The Diesel, Shack's Way, the win. Francisco Arrieta for Michael Hewitt. 5 of the 8 wins for the 7-year-old have come here in Hot Springs.
Yeah, flashed that speed again, was able to cross over, avoid getting caught too wide. It was a bit of a jam past the wire the first time. I don't know if the stewards will look at anything there. It was really kind of hard to ascertain who was putting the pressure on. How about the run from Hard to Fathom, who might have been an unlucky loser if she didn't get steady at a critical juncture?
Yeah, 6-1 on your winner, though. Back to Belmont at the Big A. We're going to take a timeout. This race goes to the horse who won it last year. There he is, Ottoman Fleet for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin, the 2-5 favorite in the Fort Marcy when we come back. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on Kentucky Derby Saturday. Opening Saturday of the meet here at Belmont at the Big A. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, and rejoined by Acacia Clement as we have a trio up here on the desk. We get set for this Fort Marcy coming up. Start of a pick 4, and horse we showed you going to break. Obviously, the race goes through the horse who won this race last year, Ottoman Fleet.
Yeah, he worked out a beautiful trip last year. This is a horse that's grade 1 placed. He looks like he's just going to be very tough to beat here, Acacia.
He is, and it will be interesting to see what kind of trip he gets in here with the main speed coming out due to the scratches. He comes off of a race last time where he was a little bit keen. It seemed he wanted to be forward in the Earl of Seaton last time, or Sefton, I should say, at Newmarket, winning that race and taking a similar path that he had to win the Fort Marcy last year, though at Belmont Park.
1-4 favorite, and the field last year a lot tougher than what he's going to have to deal with this time around. Beat a good group. Soldier Rising, Tide of the Sea, City Man, among those that were in this group. And as you said, worked out a great trip.
It worked out a great trip. You saw Richard Mullen trying to angle out and said, well, that's not going to work. I've got horses there, but the horse in the lead drifted. He ducked back to the fence. He scooted on through. My question about this edition of the Fort Marcy is, where's the speed coming from? What kind of pace are we going to have on?
I do think that you'll see Ottoman Fleet be a little bit more forwardly placed, and it will be interesting what Olympic Dreams does, actually getting back on turf. He debuted on turf when Christophe Clement had him. He was beaten 40 lengths that day, but he did start his career on the grass, and he has some natural speed.
He's a huge price at 22-1. There's your big favorite. Let's go downstairs to Maggie for more.
Yeah, taking a look at Ottoman Fleet here, and it's good to see Richard Mullen back in the irons after the spill in Saratoga. So good to see him aboard Ottoman Fleet. And as Acacia said, if they want a horse to repeat in the race, why not have him repeat in the prep race for this? As the Earl of Sefton, he takes back-to-back editions of that. But looking at him here, if anything, now as a 5-year-old, he's far more settled too in the paddock. He, like most of Charlie Appleby's runners that are brought over here, is accompanied by the pony. So Charlie Appleby, I think, has had success in this country because he does things kind of more like we do. These horses go with the pony constantly, and some Europeans from other barns that come over, they don't carry as much conditioning. Well, Charlie's horses are always really well muscled and so strong overall. So that's the difference. That's why Charlie Appleby has been so successful in this country, and it looks like Ottoman Fleet is well on his way to getting another Fort Marcy, guys.
Maggie, thanks. 1-5 favorite. Ottoman Fleet trying to repeat in the Fort Marcy when we come back.
Good Magic is off to a meteoric start at stud, having sired 2 Eclipse Award finalists in first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage and second crop Grade 1 winning 2-year-old Muth. With just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with nearly $10 million in progeny earnings. Mage's graded stakes winning full brother Dornoch is one of the leading contenders for this year's Kentucky Derby. Good Magic, the classic sire.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 11th with a 12:50 first pose. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our win early pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage. Kentucky Derby Saturday as we get set for the Ford Marcy Grade 2 here at Belmont at the Big A. And here's Masterpiece to start off the post parade.
Your Red Smith winner from last fall tried the big race, the Grade 1 at Gulfstream Park, and that gets back here.
15-1, Shug McGahee's limited liability.
Yeah, a horse that's flashed ability, but he's going to have to kind of step it up and give one of his better efforts today.
The big favorite won this race last year and comes in off a win at Group 3 at Newmarket Ottoman Fleet.
Yeah, the son of Sea of the Stars is going to be a handful here. Looks great on the racetrack.
One of the really great claims of last year, Linda Rice claimed for $40,000 and won almost $460,000 for her.
He's been remarkable, especially since switching to the turf. He does have a little tactical speed.
And yes, Olympic Dreams did try the turf in the debut, didn't run much on it. This will be the second time on the grass for a very good dirt runner.
I think he was just a work in progress, though. He seemed to get steadily better into his career, and he could play out to be the speed here.
He has that early foot. Be curious to see what he does.
22-1. Trevor McCarthy's been his regular pilot for Pat Quick. He's been a neat horse. He's had a lot of success on the circuit on the dirt. $50 bonus with Naira Bets. Bet $250 each on Belmont at the Big A and at Churchill Downs. And you'll get $50 whether you win or lose in your account. Opt in at NairaBets.com. Good luck to everybody playing this afternoon. Seems like, looking at the board, foregone conclusion in here. In races you've been in like this, Mig, where you have this overwhelming favorite, and just talent-wise, too, how do you approach it as one of the other riders?
Well, you know the path to the winner's circle is through Ottoman's Fleet, so you're going to do everything you can to compromise his trip as much as humanly possible within the boundaries of the rules.
And we're taking a look at Masterpiece winning the Red Smith back in November. And this is a horse who he just had the momentum. Richie on the outside, he was a little bit late swapping his leads. He was able to get the win, closing strong though, and then disappointed, as you said, in the Pegasus World Cup turf. Last time out, he was kind of up close and he was 3 wide. He re-engaged when another horse came on, but he didn't have that same kind of kick. When he shows up, he's good. He's just not necessarily the most consistent type.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. And also, he's more of a grinding type. I don't think he has what we term a turn of foot, an acceleration. He just kind of stays at it. That's why he was effective at the mile and 3/8 of the Red Smith.
And getting a little bit more distance today with the mile and an 1/8 versus the mile and a 16th try last time out. Not sure what we'll get from him, but he does have the benefit of having that race at Keeneland Prep coming into this spot. He will be a little bit pace compromised, though.
Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, I wonder how pace compromised he will be, because it felt like watching these warm-ups that Dylan Davis has that in the back of his mind, that he really gave Masterpiece a big warm-up, and a horse that I know his running lines don't suggest that, but he came in kind of bubbly and just looks as though he's doing really well, an 8-year-old, and still competing. You know, you look at least Byers, which are right here on the form. He's consistent in that sense. You know, he seems to run that mid-90s Beyer on average every time he's led over. I appreciate that. Look, he's your second choice, so I'm not unearthing anything new here, but I just thought as a second choice, he did make a good impression on me. Let's talk about the longest shot on the board in number 7, Olympic Dreams. Now, I remember, weirdly, I'm not sure why, but I visually remember him making his debut, because to me, he looks like a clueless warm blood masquerading as a thoroughbred that day. He just big, raw looking, not clued into his job whatsoever, but had a massive turf hoof, so needless to say, he still does, but everything else has changed about Olympic Dreams. He's so much more athletic. He knows his job now, and as you guys said, he could be dangerous as the potential front runner to see how far they can take them on this switch back to the grass. Guys?
I'm such a fan of his. He's been one of my favorite horses on the circuit that we've watched on the program. Turf, ultimately, is he going to be able to handle it? We don't know. That's a huge question mark here. We'll see if he can try and take this field gate to wire, though, at a big price?
It is a big question mark.
It is, but like Maggie said, I mean, he was totally clueless at the beginning of his career. But I go back to it. When Christophe Clement had him at the beginning of his career, he really thought he was a turf horse, and he just has improved as an athlete, as an individual. So maybe giving him another try on the grass here today, but he has been very good on the dirt. But Richie, I know you and I have the similar kind of thought process with Pioneering Spirit, second off the layoff, and I just think he's going to get a good trip in here.
That's what I'm thinking. I think he's going to be forward. I think Olympic Dreams clears him. He sets up shop just outside of him. He's going to be aware of where Ottoman's fleet's at and try to keep him pinned in. And maybe just tactically he gets the jump.
And absolutely nothing against Ottoman Fleet. I mean, he's been very good, and like Craig said, he has a softer group to deal with this year than he did last year. I mean, he's third in the Manhattan, behind Up to the Mark as well. He's a very talented horse, and the utmost respect for what Charlie Appleby has sent over, because it's really remarkable the success that the team has had.
I mean, you could look at this, potentially look back on this and say, we talk about value all the time. 2 to 5 might be value in this spot for him.
Well, I don't think that's a fair assessment for sure. If I was just picking purely on who I'd want to ride Ottoman's Fleet. But I'm thinking that maybe with the right kind of trip, Jose Lezcano can put him in a compromising position.
And if anybody is going to try to do that, it's Jose Lezcano. Very, very smart rider, and especially on the turf and the way the tactics play out.
Target on his back. There he is, Ottoman Fleet, the 1-2 favorite, trying to repeat in the Grade 2 Fort Marcy for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And Olympic Dreams. Goes in. All set for the Fort Marcy. And they're off. Bit of a bobble at the break for Ottoman Fleet is going to be the early trailer. Pioneering Spirit right to the lead. It's Pioneering Spirit, and Olympic Dreams towards the outside is now going to stalk from second as they come out of the chute. At the rail, there comes Masterpiece, and now Ottoman Fleet is taken back into the 4th spot. Is going to be tucked right in behind Masterpiece and Olympic Dreams. The early trailer, Limited Liability. They're chasing Pioneering Spirit. Jose Lezcano will take him into that first turn. Is up by about 1.5 lengths from Olympic Dreams, who's tracking from second, is in the 2 path. At the rail is Masterpiece there with Dylan Davis. Ottoman Fleet, Richard Mullen, they're in the 4th position, 2.5 off the lead now. Wants to go, is just rein back in here, is in the 4th position, trying to settle. The trailer, Limited Liability, 25 seconds flat for that easy opening quarter mile, 50 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Pioneering Spirit trying to take them all the way. Pioneering Spirit is now picking up the tempo, is up by about 1.5 lengths. At the rail, here's Masterpiece ready to challenge Olympic Dreams. Ottoman Fleet is within range, still 2 off the lead. And Limited Liability will have to pass them all as they move into the far turn. Pioneering Spirit has been alone up front, and Pioneering Spirit starts the sprint for home. Masterpiece is trying to range up Ottoman Fleet, and here comes Ottoman Fleet just ranging up on the outside, doing it all on his own. And Ottoman Fleet, just like that, with mild encouragement, has burst to the lead. Masterpieces battling on in between horses. Ottoman Fleet is starting to wander, starts to look around a touch. Ottoman Fleet's got to dig deep as Masterpiece is now put ahead in front. Leaning on this rival is Ottoman Fleet. Masterpiece is in front, and Masterpiece will win it. Masterpiece wins the Fort Marcy. Ottoman Fleet. Then came a photo of flying on Limited Liability with Pioneering Spirit. In 1:48 and 3, it's Masterpiece in the Fort Marcy.
Ottoman Fleet looked like he was about to take command, and this race was just about over. Then he started to wander, and Masterpiece springs the upset at 5-2 in the Fort Marcy.
I think Masterpiece is the words we can use for Dylan Davis's ride on Masterpiece. He was able to get this horse up in the forward position, sat that coveted pocket spot for a horse that, to me, is more of a grinder. You want to be involved in the game. Here comes Ottoman's Fleet, and right in here is where he got to wandering around a bit when he hit the front, Acacia.
And he was hanging on that left lead, Ottoman Fleet, and that's not an uncommon thing to see with European horses as they hit the front and and start to take the lead, but that's at that point when he starts to drift. So Dylan Davis made a really smart decision in going inside, staying glued to the rail, and was actually able to split horses at a really pivotal point. I know we were quite happy actually with the trip that number 6, Pioneering Spirit was setting the pace. He hung on for third, but just didn't have it when it counted in the stretch. But right there, when Dylan splits horses on Masterpiece was the key moment.
Yeah, now watch Ottoman's Fleet when Richard Mullen goes down close to him. Almost looks like he wants to take a bite at a Masterpiece. Look at the way he pins his ear and cocks his head towards him. I think he was thinking about reaching over and taking a little chunk out of him, saying, "Oh, I shipped all this way, and now you're going to beat me."
No savaging, though. Masterpiece spared that in victory. 5-2 for the win. This horse actually now 4 for 6 at 1 mile and 8 distance. We've talked about how effective he's been going a lot longer, but pretty effective at this distance as well.
Well, Maggie clued us into the way Dylan warmed this horse up, and obviously the plan was to get up into the game, have that position, and that was the key to victory.
It really was, and he tipped his hand beforehand. I love seeing him come back here with his ears pricked straight up, very proud of himself with that effort, and especially with the way we've seen this turf course be playing. The horses that are forwardly placed really seem to be positioned in a good spot. We haven't gotten any rain recently, thankfully, but seeing how Masterpiece was able to kind of get himself into a good position early in the race made a big difference.
Masterpiece produces one here in the Grade 2 Fort Marcy, beating a 1-2 favorite in the process. Going eye to eye with him down the stretch and outlasting him. Beats Ottoman Fleet, last year's winner. Masterpiece, 8th career win. Dylan Davis for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn in this Grade 2 Fort Marcy. Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Dylan Davis, picture time for the Dutrow barn with an upset. Masterpiece winning the Grade 2 Fort Marcy, beating last year's winner Ottoman Fleet.
It was a beautiful trip, a masterpiece of a ride, saving ground and going forward with the flow of the race, not looking for that escape hatch. Key to victories here. Chilean Bred was very good on the day.
And taking advantage of a drifting Ottoman Fleet, they made it exciting down to the wire, but Masterpiece got the jump on him.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning pilot Dylan Davis aboard Masterpiece. And Dylan, well-timed, well-ridden from the 1 hole. Talk a little bit about going into this race with a short field, lack of speed, and your thought process in how you thought you could win this race with Masterpiece.
Oh, great question. Thanks. Mr. Dutrow gave me a free rein here. probably just ride him like you own him. They gave me like with Dame Cinco earlier. But, you know, a lot of strategies here really panned out a different story here for this race. You know, I really thought it was a jockey tactics kind of thing and strategic there. I really thought Lezcano was going to take advantage. He's kind of like one that would take advantage of a race that has no pace. And then Trevor's horse also, you know, coming on to the turf, maybe want to take advantage of some speed. Exactly what happened. I just really wanted to come out running out of that gate, just get position, because once you get your position, I know they're going to slow it down. So that's what happened. I was saving all that ground. I got my run there. The 7 started backing out into the turn, and then I got a spot to get outside of Lezcano before the big favorite come on to him. And I really thought that he had too much momentum on the outside of me, but once he switched over to right, he was super game. I love to see it, and I mean, he just did not want to lose. I love the fight in him, and it was a great run to the wire.
Yeah, it seems like he loves this turf course too, winning the Red Smith here last fall. But Dylan, as we were just joking, this could set off the big of a bit of a stakes triple, if you will. Your next few have legitimate shots. Talk a little bit about Nothing Better. You rode him last time to that turf sprint championship here at the Big A. Yeah. He's quick, and again, it doesn't feel like there's a super abundance of speed. He could be the fastest, is he?
I don't want to speak too soon about how many are going to win. I take it one at a time, but I mean, he's a great horse to ride. Coming off the bench, but he likes to come out running. So that's the plan, to keep it simple. You know, he could come off it 1 or 2, but he likes to be on the front. He's a very game horse, and we'll see what we got down the lane.
Have you ever heard the acronym KISS?
Mm-mm. Oh, what is that? Keep it short?
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
Go get him, Kiss.
Thanks. Yeah. I haven't heard that in a while. Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm bringing it back. But anyways, best of luck with him and Sheeta Buddha later. But congratulations here with Masterpiece.
Thanks, Maggie. All right.
All right. Kiss, great. Greg?
See if he just gets on out of that gate, goes gate to wire. That horse is quick coming up in the Elusive quality, which we'll see next. Nothing Better, his mount. Couple of wins today for the Dutro Barn. And Dylan, we've seen him over the last few years start to get these bigger and bigger opportunities. He's riding some races for Chad Brown. He actually broke through, got that first Group 1 win with the Clermont Barn, and all that hard work paying dividends.
Yeah, both of his Group 1 wins in his career have come for the Clermont Barn and north of the border up in Canada. You could see his confidence has grown. He's become a lot more consistent. And with that consistency comes discipline. And he is showing so much more discipline, staying down in, especially on the turf, not always looking to get to the outside. That was a habit that he had fallen into. I like when Dylan rides the turf and he stays down into that tight position.
I take back what I said the other day. I do think that Dylan is actually coming for your job.
I know.
Nice
he keeps on. Yeah.
He had a nice response, well spoken.
Complimenting Maggie on the question. I know.
Maggie,
You're going to have to fend a lot of guys off for this seat. It's getting to be a hot seat.
Well, but, you know, here's the thing. They're still young and they're still riding well. So keep riding well, guys. I want to keep this job for a while.
Masterpiece and Dylan for the Dutro Barn. Get the victory in the Fort Marcy. And it's a big upset. That's going to play huge in this Pick 6 carryover this afternoon that began back in race 6. We get you out to Oaklawn, race 8 coming up next. Entry-level allowance, 3/4 of a mile, 6 furlong sprint. And the 3, Juilliard favorite. We'll see in a moment. We start with Gunflash.
Gunflash trying to turn things around. Got a little bit of a freshening last time out.
Runner-up finished last out behind Bourbon Bash for Juilliard.
Really hit a good form cycle. This horse coming off back-to-back runner-up efforts, but winning efforts.
Steve Asmussen 3 away from tying that record. He's got a la carte.
And he's yet to have a win today. We'll see if the Asmussen family can get the job done, as Eric Asmussen will be in the saddle.
Rhythm Nick. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, adding blinkers. Sometimes a horse gets blinkers, shakes things up a little bit, and they get a little more focused.
Big number on Manta Ray, 3-time winner.
Yeah, 3-time winner that's just going to have to reach down and find a race that we really haven't seen yet to be competitive here.
Make any kind of case for Boat Song?
You'd have to go back to some of the races a while ago. I will say, if he could get out of the gate and show some of the speed he used to show, that would put him in a better spot.
Back-to-back, pretty big numbers for Cathedral Beach.
This is who I like. I think this horse hits the right trip, just off the pace from the outside.
Late night radio, big price with Ramsey Zimmerman.
Yeah, and then another horse is just going to have to find a race just a little bit better than he's shown so far.
Lightly raced on dirt. Chiringo got back to a last start, produced a big number.
That was an impressive effort that day. Walter de la Cruz will be aboard this afternoon. See if he can repeat that race.
Man, that was a win despite getting off slow, having to wait a little bit, and then classify in from the also eligible list.
Yeah, big step up at Gulfstream last time. Ships to Oaklawn. Repeat that race.
Breslau in as well and has some at least tactical speed from the outside.
I'm sure Manny Esquivel will be in an all-out send from that far outside post.
Post time coming up. 8th at Oaklawn, start of the pick 5. Let's go to Paul.
And let's start with the favorite in here, Chiringo, who I think is the horse to beat in here. And you know, between him and Juilliard, I think he'll end up probably going off as your tepid favorite in here. I do think the draw of the 13 and 14 does hinder him a little bit, but this was his last time out, and it was the second time ever on dirt. Had he claimed 2 back by Cipriano Contreras, he's just having a monster meet. This horse got dead left in the gate and still circled the field. You have to be so much the best to do that. And listen, he's going to have to improve today a little bit more, but he's the horse to beat for me. I mean, this horse drew off nicely. The one caveat here, which is kind of crazy, with all the scratches in here, he's not in the 11 or 12 hole. He's actually in the 9. Now, Emmanuel Esquivel, obviously we know that Cipriano Contreras and Manny Esquivel are related. Manny Esquivel is Cipriano's nephew. Cipriano actually, Manny Esquivel opts to ride the 14, Breslau, in here, which I thought was kind of weird. I know that he's ridden this horse, 6-7 times in a row, and has ridden this horse most of his career. But if you think the 12 had a better shot than maybe the 14, that's kind of a little bit confusing to me. I don't know if you want to play into that jockey game. I try not to, but that's a little bit noticeable to me. The 13 in here, Classify. Safi Joseph brings this one from Florida. This horse brings a lot of speed, and I'll tell you what, blistering speed, because this horse is not really quick out of the gate. Kind of breaks a little flat-footed, but very athletic, and then gets on the engine early. If this horse could ever break like a shot, this horse could be really tough, and I think this horse will add a little bit more pace to the party along with the 14. And then the 3, Juilliard, in here is the other horse. I thought Cathedral Beach, like you guys said, but you know, Juilliard seems like he keeps on bringing his game. He just hasn't got to the wire first. Bourbon Bash came back to run well. Maybe he gets the pace to run into. I'm going to stick with the 12, Chiringo, in here at 3-1. But Mig, you tell me, would you be a little bit worried that Walter de la Cruz ends up on the 12?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, he had a win or two yesterday, or actually earlier in the card.
Well, family connection, you know, Manny Esquivel for Cipriano Contreras, but he opts to go outside to Breslau. So I guess family doesn't matter when you're trying to get winners, does it?
Yeah, Manny's ridden Breslau the last 7 or so times, so he knows that horse really well.
Do you think that's a tough conversation, though, around the dinner table? By the way, I'm not going to ride your horse if my other horse gets in.
But I think, I would think it has to be, kind of come with the territory. It's part of life. But, yeah, maybe a little bit salty if they beat him on the wire.
Yeah, I mean, I've taken off horses for friends because I thought I could ride a better horse. Yeah, jockeys always complain when they get taken off of a horse.
Yes.
They never bring up the times when they take off of one to ride one they perceive as better.
It goes both ways.
Yeah. These sticky situations, of course, family connection here. They're going to go against each other. Chiringo will have Walter de la Cruz. That horse at 3-1. Meanwhile, Breslau, it's a big number on a horse who's had some very good efforts. It's being a little forgotten here at 10-1 on the outside.
Maybe that outside post scaring some people off. He is going to have to do some work to get some position and clear at least a number of horses.
Late pick 5 starts here at Oaklawn on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Classify will be second to last, and Breslau to the outside post, one of 2 runners for the HWL partnership. Here's Breslau. We're ready to go. And LaRuff Rhythm Nick broke sharply today, is sent for speed at once. Classify moving up. The Florida Shipper has a head lead. Here comes Rhythm Nick, though, and Rhythm Nick snatches the lead. Classify takes back to second. Breslau parked outside of him. Chiringo in the fourth position, 5 lengths off Rhythm Nick, who takes a hold of the bit and opens up on the competition down the backstretch here. Boat Song in the purple is next with Cathedral Beach and Late Night Radio between them. Another length and a half to a la carte. Juilliard is third last, being joined by Manta Ray, and Gunflash can see them all as they charge around the far turn. Rhythm Nick set a quick tempo, 21-3. The first quarter mile leads by 2. A wall of 3 right behind is chasing. Classify is one of them. Breslau and Chiringo, who's 4 deep. Chiringo making a move at the top of the lane, extreme outside. Here comes Chiringo trying to collar Rhythm Nick, who's digging in on the front end. Classify getting to the rail, but Chiringo with a furlong to go has hit the front, asserts his authority, opens up by 2. Now it's 3. It's Chiringo going for home. From the back of the field, Late Night Radio's coming on. Chiringo, Walter de la Cruz getting the hat trick, and Chiringo wins it impressively. Second home in the race was Late Night Radio, and then Classify. Between them, there was a photo for 4th.
Bragging rights at the family dinner table to Cipriano Contreras. Walter de la Cruz on board here. Chiringo did go off your favorite, gets the win.
Yes, had a nice trip. Acacia, he was stalking from the outside. Big speed from Rhythm Nick, who is adding blinkers, and they certainly put more speed into that horse. And another good call from our friend Paul LaDuca, who has just been doing an amazing job the entire Oaklawn Park meeting.
He absolutely has, and it was a good trip for this horse, who has definitely found his home on the dirt as well. And Walter de la Cruz getting a hat trick today, able to pull away from his competition, and outside posts not mattering, the 13 and 11 behind him.
Very tight. Might have been the 11 there. Late Night Radio getting second. We'll make that official when we come back. More stakes action ahead when we return here in New York. Belmont at Big A. We have the Elusive Quality next. Dancing Buck, one of several veteran turf sprinters we've seen on the circuit for a while. Right now, the current favorite.
It's Volatil in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatil victorious in the Vanderbilt, 1 by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races, be part of history. 156th running of the Belmont Stakes. You'll see it live on Fox. We know one thing for sure, history is going to be made. It's the first time ever the third and final leg of the Triple Crown will be held at historic Saratoga Racecourse. That beautiful overhead shot right there, that town is going to be packed.
Nestled into the foothills of the Adirondacks there. America's classic racetrack with an American classic. I can't wait.
Can't wait. It's going to be so exciting.
Elusive Quality. Post freight, here's Yes and Yes. Jose Gomez for David Donk.
Really nice horse. Dave Donk's horses usually get better when they have a race or two under their belt.
Our Shot, very good horse. Is he capable at 6 furlongs?
That's a big question. He scratched out of the Twin Spires Turf Sprint at Churchill today in order to run here. Instead, it does get firmer turf in New York.
Bring me a check. Yeah, Long Shot, who has some good efforts sprinting on the grass.
Yeah, and I like the turn back for him. He a little bit too tough for him last time, the danger's hour.
9-5 favoritism going to the Speedster now. Nothing better with Dylan Davis.
He's talented, this horse, and as Maggie mentioned earlier, he is fast. He ran the horses off their feet last fall. Can he do the same now off the layoff here?
Dancing Buck coming here after a couple of narrow defeats down the hill at Santa Anita.
Some big efforts out there down the hill. Son of War Dancer, major player.
American Monarchs only sprinted on the turf once. It was a pretty good effort.
He ran really well that day. That was back in the Elusive Quality in 2022. So 2 years later, we see him back on the grass.
Allagon at 12-1. It's Kendrick Carmouche for Ned Allard.
I think he's interesting. Every time he's come off a layoff, he's won first time back, and he's a closer in a race loaded with speed.
Durante back on grass for the first time in a long time for David Jacobson.
He's run on turf before, but he's never sprinted on the grass. It'll be interesting to see what he does and what he does pace-wise as well.
And Thin White Duke, we saw him win a stake at Saratoga last summer.
A really nice horse, another one from the Dave Donk barn, bred by Phil Gleaves, one of the part owners, along with Steve Christ. And I think he'll be better for having a run under his belt. Just Dave's horses seem to perform better once they kind of get into race day fitness.
5 minutes to post in the Elusive Quality. Get signed up, started, play along. No better time with the Derby still to come later today. Play with us all summer long and beyond at Naira Bets. Get a $25 free play in today's Kentucky Derby as well with that code Derby25. You also get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus right there at NairaBets.com. So 5 minutes to post in the Elusive Quality. And Maggie, it's the Speedster. Dylan looking to go back-to-back on nothing better.
The Dilly All Stakes triple here. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, nothing better as he does come back. And like Acacia said, he's looking to run them off their feet here for Jorge Duarte. Coming back off of a layoff, he looks fit and he looks sharp. He looks like every time I see him. He's a little bit of a smaller, more unassuming type, but with those really, really robust and strong hindquarters to him. So all things good for him, but I felt like there were so many options and so many interesting horses in here that I don't know if I'm ready to just resign myself to the 9-5 favorite because I think he's lone speed. So I do find the current, well, he's flip-flopping back and forth, but I think the horse outside to him, number 5, Dancing Buck, his 2 races in California, and I know sometimes I scratch my head as to why the turf races in California are graded stakes, but here we are. They were graded stakes. And I think he ran well. He was just chasing the eventual winner last time out, and I think he looks fantastic here. And if there's a horse that, kind of really wants the 6 furlongs, you can make the argument it's him. Whereas the favorite in here, Nothing Better, while he's very proficient at the distance, wondering if Dancing Buck just glued to him a bit more could potentially wear him down. And Dancing Buck looks phenomenal, and he does have the recency where some of these are making their first starts of the year. Number 6, American Monarch, a little bit of a wild card. He is a horse that is returning to the turf. He hasn't run much in his career. He's had 2 very long layoffs to deal with, and the Elusive Quality was the last time we saw him. He really does get over the turf well, and he does have a turf hoof. He does have that turf look to him. He has that really nice daisy cutter action, at least watching that last race back in the Elusive Quality. And before that, his turf races were all going long, which, to be fair, he did break his maiden doing that. But I think he's a little interesting. Getting back to the surface, he looks fantastic here for the Belmont barn. So I think these 3 horses are definitely main players, guys. But like I said, there's some interesting ways to go in this Elusive Quality.
It's a deep field. This is a fun one. This Elusive Quality coming up, Maggie. Thank you. American Monarch certainly, looks very nice on the racetrack. And this was the last and only time we saw him sprinting on the grass in the 2022 edition.
It was a nice effort. I mean, he loomed up, then he just seemed to just flatten out a touch. Maybe it's that Goldilocks effect, right? The right surface and the right distance.
He was, but I think he actually had a bit of a trip this day, too, because he was kind of part of a 4-horse pace scramble early, and he was wide of that, then having to take back. And yeah, maybe I think he was a little flat in the stretch. But Richie, when you have a horse, you'd know this better than anybody, that has to be kind of altering their course and part of the pace, then taking back. You can almost forgive them sometimes for being a little bit flat in the stretch. And I'm with Maggie. I'm excited to see him back on the turf, and he's very intriguing for me.
Yeah, no, and I see exactly what you're meaning, and it's very hard to stop and start horses. A lot of horses don't have that ability. Once they lose their momentum and they lose their best stride, they can't find it again. So the fact that he ran on at all after, kind of getting out of that scrum, he's interesting. I don't want speed in here. I think there's an abundance of speed. And I think it's going to get hot on the front end. So I think American Monarch could sit the right kind of trip as well. I went with a long shot to 7 Oregon because I think he's shown the ability to win off the bench, and he's a closer, and Ned Aller does a terrific job.
He's 11-1 right now. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. Favorite, though, that horse in the background, blocked by the pony. Nothing Better, who wants to try and do it on the front end. Let's go back to the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. And his victory were, 107-1, sharp final time.
Yeah, big effort from him. Allegan was actually third to him this day, and he took all the heat and just kept on running. I've always been under the impression that it's harder for horses that are speed horses to win off of layoffs because they run the entire race.
And, with turf sprinters, it's easier to bring them back off of a layoff than, for instance, distance dirt horses. You can kind of not have them 100% fit, and they'll be able to overcome it with turf sprinters. But with turf sprinters that have speed, they really need that fitness when they're out on the front end.
Yeah, because they're going to go the first quarter in probably 21 and change, and they're going to have to reach down and fight for it the entire way.
See if Nothing Better is up to the task here, coming in off the bench for his 7-year-old return to the races, as Dylan Davis looks to notch another on this Saturday card. Nothing Better, the 4, the 2-1 favorite, wants to be in front. There's American Monarch just loading into the gate, the 6-horse for Hall of Famer Belmont. Getting back on the grass, and just the second time in his career sprinting on the turf. The last time was in this race back in 2022. See if we can get a cleaner trip this time around. He was a little wide that day. We're set for the Elusive Quality. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Still working with Durante, who will now go in. Thin White Duke.
Back.
You sitting on go, brother.
All right, buddy. Come on, yes.
Thin White Duke.
Chill out, chill out.
Goes in. All set for the Elusive Quality. And they're off, and Nothing Better stood in the gate, is hopelessly last, is already 10 lengths off the lead, stood right in the gate. Nothing Better at the back of the field. Complexion completely changes now as Dancing Buck has found the front. It's Dancing Buck, and here comes Bring Me a Check, is in between horses. Durante is out wire 3 across the course. Yes and Yes is down at the rail in 4th, and in between horses there. In the 5th position, a shared 5th, is American Monarch. Then comes Allegan towards the outside. They're 3x3 in the front 6. Then comes Our Shot, is further back in the field with Thin White Duke, and Nothing Better will have to win it from off the pace to win the Elusive Quality as they get set to reach the top of the lane. 22.40 for that opening quarter mile, and here's Dancing Buck at the top of the lane. Dancing Buck is kicking on. Yes and Yes. Durante is trying to rally Allegan down the center of the course. Here comes Allegan after Dancing Buck, who's trying to stick his neck out and win it. It's Dancing Buck who has not let them by yet. Up on the grandstand side, American Monarch is rallying on with Allegan as they continue to chase this leader. Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck, Manny Franco, they win the Elusive Quality. Dancing Buck wins it over American Monarch. Then came Allegan. Yes and Yes in 1 minute 7.58 seconds.
Dancing Buck able to get the lead all to himself and outlast this group. Manny Franco, Michelle Nevin.
This is a really nice horse, and he took advantage of some unfortunate starts for some of the other speeds, but he was good, and he just ran them off their feet.
And it was a great call by Maggie with this horse. And Dancing Buck, as you said, though, he was able to take advantage because Nothing Better, the 4, ended up so far back behind the rest of the field, breaking slowly. Our shot, the 2, broke slowly too, and it looks like Nothing Better just reared up at the break. Just unfortunate timing, Richie, at that spot when your momentum's going up as it should be going forward.
Yeah, he was going up in the air as the field was dispatched. He was not in the hands of the starter. He created all of his own problems.
2 major contenders basically eliminated here at the start of the race. Dancing Buck takes advantage.
Took advantage. He's already shown how game he is, the son of War Dancer. Looked like Allegan had dead aim. He flattened out a bit. Here came the 6, American Monarch. So between the 3 of us, Maggie picked the winner. You picked the runner-up. I picked the third-place finisher. A thorn between 2 roses again.
We give you the top 3 at least. And I hope they keep American Monarch on the grass. He really does move beautifully over it. And he finished well, given where he was positioned in the race. But Dancing Buck, he is a very cool turf sprinter.
107.58 as well for the 6 furlongs. No, this turf course playing fast. That's quick.
Well, listen, he's a horse that possesses speed, and he took advantage of the situation, but he ran, and he's such a consistent performer. He shows up pretty much every single time, and it's always nice to see a New York bred win Open Company Stakes.
All right, we'll have these prices coming up for you in just a little bit. We're going to talk the latest, what's happening back at Churchill Downs. Grade 1 Turf Classic, mile and an 1/8 on the turf in this race. Chad Brown already earlier in the day ran 1-2-3 in a stake on the grass, and he's got a couple of big chances coming up in this race, including current favorite I'm Very Busy, who just came off a huge effort in a win in a Grade 2 at Fairgrounds.
That was an ultra impressive performance that day. He also ran huge in the Pegasus turf behind Warm Heart, who was the class of the field, and she was much the best of the company that she was facing. And this horse with a nightmare trip that day finished 2nd, and then he dazzled last time. He's very talented, and what a day Irad Ortiz has been having as well, though he is a late closing type, and we'll see if he can get the trip that he needs. But I'm Very Busy. I think he's a very worthwhile favorite.
I mean, we saw Charlie Appleby beat with a heavy favorite here in New York. Naval Power is a major player for him in this race. 6-for-8 record with a runner-up finish he brings in. But he breaks all the way to the outside in this race today. What do you think of his chances?
Yeah, he's going to have to find his way over. He gets Frankie Dettori. Always interesting to see Frankie back riding for Godolphin. You know, there was a fallout years ago, and now he came back with them. He's a major player. He's coming off a big try in a Grade 1, and he does have to work out a trip. There's plenty of run in that first turn, though. I think he'll have plenty of time to find that break in between flights.
And a horse with a ton of potential. We've seen how good integration has been, Acacia. Just 3rd behind Master of the Seas. World-class horse last time out on a yielding turf at Keeneland.
Yep.
He's very talented.
It was his fastest Beyer speed figure today, running 100 Beyer speed figure behind Master of the Seas and Naval Power. But he's an intriguing horse that gets a little bit more distance once again today. That was going the mile. He'll stretch back out to the 1 1/8 in this spot, breaking from the inside with Tyler Gaffleone. And a horse that, when he gets the right kind of trip as well, he also had a nightmare trip with nowhere to run in the Pegasus World Cup turf. When he gets clear sailing, he has a lot of ability as well.
That is coming up next, race that precedes the Kentucky Derby out at Churchill Downs. Meanwhile, back to the race we just saw. Dancing Buck taking advantage. Poor start from a couple of runners. Manny Franco, Michelle Nevin with the win. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
I get 2 for the price of 1. I get Manny and Michelle here in the winner's circle. Manny, when the 4 Nothing Better didn't break, did you realize that had happened and boom, you were on the lead?
I was aware of that, you know. If he don't break, I'm gonna take the lead, and Michelle gave me the instruction that if they wanna chase me, chase me. If no, we chase them. So that's what we did. We made the pace, and he's a nice horse, and he got it done.
Michelle, he's turned into such a force sprinting here on the turf. You Rick, took him out to California. Talk a little bit about, you know, taking him out there / the advantage you had today of having that race under his belt.
Yeah, it worked out great for us today because, you know, he had more recency than a lot of other horses in the race. But he was so lightly raced last summer because of weather and, you know, so we sent him out to California. He did great out there, came back in great shape, and here we are.
He looked amazing today. Guys, you're still waiting for that beautiful plate I'm seeing over there, but congrats on the New York bred getting another win.
Thank you.
All right, dancing buck, guys. Trip to California paid off, set him up perfectly to take down this elusive quality.
7 wins, 5 runner-up finishes now, and 21 career starts. This horse shows up.
Every time. You know, I'm a big fan. And, you know, he didn't win going down the hill at Santa Anita, but he ran so well. And it was always my experience, really good athletes run well down that hill. Horses that have really good balance and are shifty. They don't lose their balance running down the hill. So it just strengthens my idea about that because this horse, he's just very handy.
And like you heard from Michelle, with a lot of races coming off the turf or not necessarily having the most opportunity to sprint on the grass last year, looking for other spots. But the New York turf sprinters are always competitive and always put on a good show for us.
Stakes action continues. Grade 2 Ruffian in the Distaff division, and the Alabama winner is back. Guess which one she is? 1-9 on randomized. Last time we saw her, she just missed against the eventual champion Idiomatic. Beat a half length in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. This will be her 4-year-old return.
And we saw Idiomatic come back in style at Churchill Downs just yesterday. Good inside draw. I mean, well, going a mile, not as good. It's 2 turns is better, but she's just so talented. And just an Alabama winner.
Yeah, and she's a horse that actually physically looks like it's more suited to a mile or less, but she was able to use that speed to go the 1.25 mile distance of the Alabama and to run so well, taking the lead from Idiomatic in the Breeders' Cup Distaff last time out. And while, yes, Idiomatic was able to beat her and they all came running, Randomized dug in and she fought last time, and that was her first time really facing those salty, older horses. I know she beat Older in the Beldame, but that was a tough group that she was able to hold on and finish well.
She showed a lot of fight in that Breeders' Cup Distaff. This is going to be the 4-year-old return coming up for the Alabama and Beldame winner. We'll have it for you when we come back in a race named after one of the all-time greats. Born in Claiborne Farm back in 1972, inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1976. Started out a perfect 10 for 10, including wins in the Acorn, Mother Goose, and Coaching Club American Oaks. The Ruffian is next. You're watching Saturday live coverage from Aqueduct. Oaklawn analysis from Churchill Downs here on America's Day at the Races. Happy Kentucky Derby Saturday to everybody watching. We have the Grade 2 Ruffian here in New York coming up next with last year's Alabama and Beldame winner randomized, making her 4-year-old return. We'll get to that race in a moment. First, it is that time. Let's go to Paula Duca. Paulie, nice pick yesterday. Torpedo Anna in the Oaks. What are you going to follow it up with in the Derby?
Wow, this Derby's been one of the toughest ones. I watched so many different replays, and I was going to end up on Fierceness, but I didn't want to give anybody, basically the favorite in here. And then I looked at Resilience very hard. I think Resilience got a big shot, but I ended up landing on Catching Freedom. And the reason why I landed on Catching Freedom is, again, not holding a bias, but if you go back and you look at this horse's form, horse should be undefeated on fast dirt. The horse got absolutely stopped in his second career start as a 2-year-old, and he was going to win that race for fun. Now, he goes over to Louisiana after winning here in the Smarty Jones. He missed training. There was a freeze over. The track closed down for 10 days. He came up a tiny bit short behind Sierra Leone on a racetrack that I don't think he really liked, a sloppy racetrack. Comes back to the Louisiana Derby and goes 7 wide and then answers all the questions to everybody that said, hey, can this horse get the distance? I do disagree, though, with the daily racing form. A mile and 3/16 is not a mile and a quarter. I was a math major, but I do think Catching Freedom will get the extra 1/18 of a mile. I don't even know how that counts, but I'll go with the 4.
There's quite a few people that think he has a big shot in this race. What do you guys think?
I'm one of them. I really like him. I was so close to picking him as on top. But I'm with Paul. The more you watch his replays, the more you realize, Richie, how he keeps taking steps forward with each race, which is what you want to see. Improving at the right time and hopefully peaking for the big one.
Flavien Prat has compiled a nice record in the Kentucky Derby. Now, he won one by disqualification, but he has hit the board multiple times on closing types. And sometimes I think a rider just kind of figures out how to get the best trip in that race. And it feels like Flavien's done it. And I've said this all along. To me, he is the most well-rounded rider in North America. He just does everything well. There are some riders that do things a little bit better, maybe, but he does everything well.
A little surprised at that selection from Paulie. Just we kind of handicapped the same way a little bit that he went with a horse who it seems like the main analysis that we kind of look at with Thoroughgraph, it seems like he needs to take a big move forward. But interesting to see if we're almost there. We're getting closing in on the big race. See if he can deliver Brad Cox's first on the day Kentucky Derby. Not have to wait 6 months for it. We've seen so much chaos in this race the last few years. It's been amazing.
That 20-horse field will lend itself to that.
Race 9 at Oaklawn. We're approaching the 10-minute mark to post. We have a 9-5 favorite. Flashy Last, trying to bring Steve Asmussen one closer. This would put him, I believe, just 2 away from tying the meet record for wins. Here's Sister Ella, the 2 to start it off.
Does have some speed, claimed away from Steve Asmussen and stepping up in class.
Manny Esquivel, 7 Natty Patty for Ken McPeak.
Stretched out to 2 turns for the first time and won impressively last time against much easier maiden 50.
Here's Rose Parade with Walter De La Cruz.
Very quick early, going to use that speed to her advantage. And Walter looking for 4, I believe.
The favorite, Flashy Last, Steve Asmussen.
Just missed last time out, and it's similar type of race, and was a little bit headstrong that day, too.
Make Me Believe Mac Robertson.
Finished behind Flashy Last and Paris Style. Not badly beaten last time, but it's going to have to make me believe.
Speed with Enchanted Nile.
There's a lot of speed in this race. It'll be interesting to see how it does play out. This one first off the claim.
Major player here for Kenny McPeak, Paris Style.
Yeah, this is who I like. Closer in a race that does have that speed that Acacia talked about.
CC Harbor, Kelsey Har at a big price.
And looks like she would need to take a really big step forward to be competitive here.
And West Side Girl 12-1 on the outside for Dan Ward, comes off a win.
Comes off a win, but boy, she really took the worst of it at the draw. Way outside, is going to have to figure out a way to save some ground somewhere.
Approaching the 9-minute mark to post here in the 9th at Oaklawn and the 8-5 favorite, the 6 in here for Steve Asmussen's son Eric aboard. You can play all the action you're seeing on the program today. Kentucky Derby later today, and get a free $25 Kentucky Derby wager just by signing up with Naira Bets. Use that code right there, Derby25, to get that free wager and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at NairaBets.com. Again, Derby25, that promo code to use to take advantage of that free play in the Derby and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Back here in New York, Distaff Division, Grade 2 Ruffian, and last year's Alabama winner. Randomized, getting set for a return to the racetrack. And we'll see. She gave the champ, Idiomatic, all she could handle in that Breeders' Cup Distaff last year. Great to see champions come back and show that they're the same horse, and that's exactly what Idiomatic did in that La Troyenne. But this filly, showing what she did in the Breeders' Cup Distaff last year, she's a major player too.
What was so impressive about it too was the fact that she was collared by Idiomatic, was a half length behind her at the 8th pole, and never gave up any more ground, was a half length behind her at the finish. She fought all the way to the wire after setting more than legitimate fractions.
1-9 favorite, randomized, multiple graded stakes winner, Grade 1 winner, just missed in the Distaff, her 4-year-old return. When we come back here in the Ruffian on America's Day at the Races.
It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt, 1 by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Ruffian in front by 2 1/4 lengths. Sun and Snow second by a length. Gallant Trial on the outside is third with 3/16 of a mile to the finish. Ruffian in front now by 5 lengths. Sun and Snow second along the inside. Survivor's Sorrow. Sweet Old Girl is next, but as they come to the 16th pole, it's Ruffian drawing away to lead by 12. Ruffian in front by 15. Ruffian in front.
Pulling off that triple tiara, one of the all-time greats in the history of this sport. Ruffian, who was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1976.
She was sensational, and this is the era, the point of time where I was falling in love with racing, and it was a lot to do with horses like Ruffian and Forgo and so many others that I was just blessed, Affirmed and Seattle Slew. But she was incredible, just otherworldly. And the thing about her, you'd watch her run, and she's widening on fields, and it doesn't even look like she's doing anything. She's just doing it so easily.
Here's our post, Fred, and we start off with the Alabama and Belle Dame winner from last year, randomized.
Yeah, just a classy daughter of Nyquist, making her comeback, but should be tough.
Don Pletcher with green up.
Was third behind Sweet Azteca and Adair Manor last time out. Adair Manor would win the Apple Blossom Grade 1 next out.
That's a Grade 1 Beholder Mile. Fingal's Cave for David Donk.
Honest New York bred, shows up, gives an honest effort every time.
Biggest price on the board here, Soul of an Angel.
And she will have to take a step forward. Did run well at Gulfstream in the Royal Delta 2-back.
Ain't broke. Linda Rice just missed against the one we'll see next.
Yeah, it was unlucky in the last start in the Distaff after making a big, bold middle move after taking up at the break.
A stablemate to the 1-5 favorite. Here's Sheeta Booty.
Excellent ride by Dylan Davis in the Distaff last time out, saving ground as long as possible and able to get the run down the other two out of that race. A very big effort that day.
This race seems like it begins and ends right here with this filly randomized Alabama winner. How surprised were you guys with that performance in the Alabama?
I really didn't believe she wanted to the 1.25 miles, and I couldn't have been more wrong because she just kept finding under those soft hands of Joel Rosario.
I was very wrong too, and I remember even talking to Chad Brown about it after the race. He said, I know she's a really short horse, but she's able to extend that speed, and that was it. She relaxed so beautifully that day to go the distance.
We'll get back to the Ruffian, randomized the 1-5 favorite for her 4-year-old return to the races back at Oaklawn. And 8-5, Flashy Lass here in this 1.16 allowance optional claiming field. Can Steve Asmussen inch closer with this meet coming to an end tomorrow to that single season record for wins?
Yeah, so many entries today. He's been shut out up to this point, but he's still got some very live ammunition to go.
What do you make of Flashy Lass here, Paulie?
Well, I think he's the horse to beat, Greg, just because in the lineup of this race, there's a ton of speed, and I think that speed brigade could be led by the 4 in here, but I think Flashy Lass is the horse that can, lay close and not too far behind. There's not a lot of horses in here that want to pass horses going 1 1/16 here now, so that's why I included the 4 in here. But when you get to Flashy Lass, maybe he can sit the trip. He was ranked last time, going into the gate. And then the 9 Paris Style. I don't love that the horse doesn't love to win races, but the race should really set up for the 9 in here. But I'm going to go with the 6 in here with Eric Asmussen. I think this horse will sit in a good spot. I'm not giving you much, but I'm giving you the favorite here, Greg.
Yeah, Eric trying to help inch Dad closer to that record with just 1 day and a few races left to try and achieve it. 3 back of tying, 4 away from setting a new record set by Cole Norman back when it was just a 49-day meet, by the way. That was remarkable.
That's incredible.
That is incredible.
Here we go with a 9th. Matt Dinnerman the call.
And La Ruff, Enchanted Nile, bobbled a little bit coming out of there and is in midfield after that beginning. Sister Ella to the front. 7 Natty Patty, a bit keen on a hold right here to take back, and she's second off Sister Ella, who leads the way into the clubhouse turn. Rose Parade off the pace, third. Flashy Lass tucking in behind the speed, getting into the 2 path. Make Me Believe inside of her holds the rail position. Then comes West Side Girl, who's towards the back of the field. Paris Style past her and Enchanted Nile. And actually, there's one way behind, CC Harbor, detached from the rest of the group as they approach the backstretch run. 23-2, the first 1/4 mile, set by Sister Ella and Luis Fuentes. Sister Ella a half length in front. Rose Parade has moved up to claim second. She's on the throat latch of that leader. Make Me Believe down on the inside. 7 Natty Patty loses the 3rd position. She's 4th with the favorite, Flashy Lass, who's parked outside. Going well, Flashy Lass under Eric Asmussen with a half mile to go. Another length to Enchanted Nile. Paris Style, they're pretty much together. 3 better. Then West Side Girl, and at the back is still CC Harbor as they round the far turn. Rose Parade getting to the rail, and she just stepped on the gas and went to the front, got to the fence, leads by a length. Flashy Lass, without being asked, takes the 2nd position, and she looms large. She's ready to go. Flashy Lass looks like she's going to be tough if she has enough energy to get there. It appears Eric Asmussen's very confident aboard this filly. Flashy Lass off the turn, going to the front. Rose Parade back in 2nd. Paris Style is let loose on the outside. Now Flashy Lass has to deal with Paris Style. Paris Style on the outside to the front. Flashy Lass back in second. Paris Style had more finish, and Paris Style kicks away to win it. Paris Style by 3. Flashy Lass, a minor award for her second. CC Harbor third, and Westside Girl was fourth.
Paris Style, Kenny McPeak, Rafael Bejarano denying Team Asmussen a victory. Back to New York. Grade 2 Ruffians still 1-4 here on randomized. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at her, she's on the comeback trail now as a 4-year-old, and she was running races as a 3-year-old that make her a winner. Obviously, that's why she's such a short price in here. But despite me continuously thinking that less ground is better for her, she actually got better with more ground, because a lot of times around 2 turns, it allows a horse to have a bit of a breather. They don't have to, have that extended sprint down the backside. And now I'm starting to wonder, are the 2 turns actually better for her? She's obviously very proficient at this distance, 2 for 2. But I don't know, I felt like some of her better efforts were around the 2 turns. And on top of that, it's gotten pretty cold out here. And she was completely washed out. I mean, not horribly, but enough to give me reason to be cautious about taking 1-4 on a horse that she might win on muscle memory alone. That's fine. And maybe it's compounded by the fact that despite her having a fantastic record last year, I never could really warm up to her. So I'm actually going to go with Chad Brown's other horse in here, and that's Sheeta Booty, who was able to come back and get the win in the Distaff. And she ran a faster race than she was ever capable of as a 3-year-old. So that gives me reason to be optimistic. And on top of that, I thought she looked about 90% fit, and she did take advantage of a good ride and good trip in that Distaff. But I think she looks that much more tucked up. I don't mind the mile for her. I'm going to take the quote-unquote other Chad, as it has been an angle that has been working as of late. But let's talk about the other horse that's second choice as of now in number 2, Green Up. Last time she was applying pressure to Sweet Azteca out there in the Grade 1 Beholder Mile. And Sweet Azteca was able to wire the field. Obviously, Adara Manor coming back and winning the Apple Blossom certainly flatters her quite a bit. But Green Up is a horse I haven't seen in a while. Actually, I didn't see her as a 3-year-old. And she's really filled out. She's done very well and just developed into a very good-looking filly here by Upstart. Second off the bench, she's really fit, resplendent coat on her. I love what I'm seeing from her in that respect too. We'll just see what she's capable of doing here at this 1-turn mile distance, as opposed to 2 turns like she was in last time, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So some negatives for the 3-5 favorite now. Randomized, the Alabama and Beldame winner. But again, she just might be that much better than everyone in this field.
Yeah, but she is coming off a layoff, and it did cool off a great deal. So you're always a little worried when they wash out a little bit, Acacia. But horses coming off a layoff, sometimes they have that pent-up nervous energy they need to kind of dispel a little bit.
And sometimes, too, to Maggie's point, when horses get really sweaty off a layoff, and especially if it's out of character for them, can kind of speak to the fact that they might need a race from a fitness perspective just to bring things all together. Maybe she's just faster. She is the class in here, but if there was ever a day to beat her, this would be the time.
Alabama and Beldame winner randomized, odds-on favorite. Her comeback race here in 2024, trying to prove she is a major player in this Distaff division this year. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Ain't Broke. Sheeta Booty to the outside. Sheeta Booty goes in. All set for the Ruffian. And they're off. Slow start for Ain't Broke is the early trailer. Ain't Broke is going to be about 5 off the early lead. The early lead is randomized. Randomized right out to the front with Green Up to her outside. They're going to be a clear 1-2, and Fingal's Cave has settled off of them in third. Is 2.5 off the leading duo as they hook up with the backstretch. Sheeta Booty is now alone in fourth. At the rail comes Soul of an Angel and Ain't Broke. Broke last is 6 lengths the trailer. Randomize has got the lead. Went 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Green Up is right to her outside within 3/4 of a length of the leader, and they are still 5 in front of Fingal's Cave, who's in the 3rd position. At the inside here is Sullivan Angel, and also progressing is Ain't Broke. Eric Hensel and Ain't Broke, they start to move in closer, splitting rivals, about to be a challenging 3rd. Shida Booty is the trailer. They work into the far turn. Randomized is doing it easily. 46-1, the half-mile time. Green Up continues to chase from 2nd. The rest of the field is caught up. Towards the outside, Fingal's Cave is now called upon for her effort. Is going to be 3 wide. Ain't Broke needs a way through. Still a handful there, and now is going to have to check in behind a backing up Green Up, who is now dropping back through the field. Randomize has got the lead at the top of the stretch, and Randomize now kicks for home, and she is exuding her class right now. But here comes Soul of an Angel, who's ready to pounce on the 24-1 shot, is about to surprise Randomize towards the outside. Randomize has got to dig deep, and Soul of an Angel at 24-1 has run right on by. Soul of an Angel, Trevor McCarthy, big long shot, wins the Ruffian easily. Soul of an Angel wins it big. Randomized second, Shida Booty and Fingal's Cave. Final running time, 1:35.40. Soul of an Angel with the upset in the Ruffian.
Soul of an Angel proving nothing comes easy in this sport, upsetting the 1-2 favorite. What a performance. Trevor McCarthy aboard for the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn.
And there's Saffie's assistant, Electra Boone, a great horsewoman, and she's been overseeing the string here. And I know works really closely with a lot of the horses as well. And Soul of an Angel, as we said, she'd run really well in the Royal Delta. She backed it up today with a nice ride by Trevor.
Yeah, really nice ride by Trevor. And this was a upset of epic proportions, really. I wouldn't have saw this coming, but got to save all that ground, was able to slide out right in here. And, you know, Randomized probably did need a start, obviously, right? She was pretty comfortable on the lead, but what a nice ride and job. Soul of an Angel gets it done.
24-1. What a moment for Trevor McCarthy, too, here in a big race, beating a horse with the resume of Randomized. And this wasn't even close.
No, she really finished, though. Once she got out in the clear, you could see her stride kind of got unraveled, and she was really rolling down to the center of the track. And this is a good win for Trevor. You know, struggled a little bit here and there. A win like this elevates a rider's confidence. And you know, we know he's a good rider. He just got to settle into that rhythm again. And a race like this will go a long way to helping him do that.
And she'd had moments throughout her career where she'd run well against some good competition. She'd kind of hinted at it without really being able to put it all together, but she really finished today in an improved effort. And, you know, yes, of course, maybe Randomized was not 100%, and Shida Beauty, who was last, she came running late, I think just missing second, but Soul of an Angel with a nice effort.
I understand she's coming off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
The resume she has, she was able to do this all by herself on the front end. Are you a little bit concerned with her, with the favorite here getting beat?
I think it's disappointing. I wouldn't be concerned. I think she ran okay, and this is a race to build on. The next race would be the pivotal race to kind of give you a better idea of how she's made that step from 3 to 4.
And especially if she gets some more distance in the future once again.
Yeah, but even again, looking at her from a physical perspective, she still doesn't look like a true mile-and-a-quarter horse.
And here's the winning moment for the connection. Soul of an Angel, 24-1, Grade 2 Ruffian. What a moment with a huge upset of an odds-on favorite. We'll have the prices from Soul of an Angel's win when we come back. Back on America's Day, the race is strange to see in a race named after filly that never lost, 10 for 10. Incredible Ruffian who always showed up and upset like this, beating an odds-on favorite here. Our Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Made 2-year-olds in training sale after the Preakness on May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? Trevor McCarthy, Safi Joseph Jr. Barn. C2 Racing Stable, Agave Racing. How about this upset?
Epic upset here with terrific ride. The key to the race was when Trevor was able to beat that other filly, Ain't Broke, to that hole right before the quarter pole.
Let's go down to Maggie.
Here with assistant to Safi Joseph, Electra Boone, and winning rider Trevor McCarthy. And Electra, you giving credit to former connections, but that you haven't had her that long, but that she's been training beautifully. Trevor, don't run away from me. Come in the shot. But that she's been training beautifully here at Belmont. And what a performance today.
Gosh, it was, I mean, speechless. I'm shaking. I have chills. Like, I'm just so proud of her. She's just training like a freak here. I mean, eating ravenous, you know, fillies tend to be nervous eaters, like they don't eat too much, but this filly's eating everything in sight, ears pricked every day training, just feeling herself. I've just been so like confident in her since I got here.
That's awesome. And too, you had a couple bucks on her.
Yeah, no, I honestly, like I never bet on horses, but I'm like, oh my gosh, this horse looks incredible. She's dappled out. She's so happy. I'm going to put a couple bucks. So $51 payout. That's great for her. Great for her.
Super day for you. Trevor, awesome for you as well here taking the Ruffian. And as you said, Kendrick applying some pressure to the favorite, and you were, I'm surely just sitting back there waiting for your moment.
Yeah, it worked out really nice. She had broken really well for me, a lot quicker than I expected. And she put me in a really garden spot. And, you know, going to about the 4.5, Eric kind of ran in between me and Lascano, and she jumped on the bridle and kind of ranged up in behind the favorite. I'm like, I don't want to kind of be in here, but at least I'm following the right horse. It's going to take me a long ways. And look, once I kind of was able to Kendrick the guy off and get that seam with her, for as big as a filly she is, she really gave me a nice turn of foot, and she really finished strong all the way through the lane. But big credit to the barn. They really had her ready. I walked into the barn the other day, and I was like, this is a filly?
She's big. Yeah. Beautiful head on her, too.
Big, beautiful filly, and, you know, I was just really impressed with the way she warmed up. I was like, you know I'm a long shot here, but the way she warmed up like a winner.
Well, guys, congratulations. Really job well done.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
All right, Electra and Trevor teaming up for the Safi Joseph barn, and they get the win here. Soul of an Angel, new face in this division, Greg.
Yeah, look, maybe she can build off this. A 5-year-old mare. This clearly the best performance that she's ever put forward. I mean, she blows this field away, but it sounds like Connections knew they were going to get this kind of performance today.
Well, just the way she was saying about how she trains since she came to New York. So as they get out of Florida, it's a little bit cooler here, particularly in the mornings. And when horses are eating well, to expound on what she was saying, that means they're healthy, they're doing well. A horse will back out of their feet if they're not 100%. So the fact that she recognized how well she was doing, and you could see she said she was shaking. I can understand that.
And Electra's, she's a horse girl first and foremost, like so many of us are. So you could just see that excitement and see the reaction with Soul of an Angel. I mean, that's what it's all about at the end of the day, too. But she's a big mare that she came striding, and it was an impressive performance. Should make things really interesting with the older Distaff division.
It's a big win to have on the resume.
Absolutely. You know, and listen, horses don't fully mature till the age of 5. Maybe she's just grown up and gotten better, and now we're going to see a different version of her.
She ran well, too, back behind her now stablemate, Honor D Lady, in the Royal Delta. So it was in there. It's coming out now.
Back at Oaklawn, wrap up that one. Paris Style, Rafael Bejarano, Ken McPeak, who might have some more things to say about what happens out at Churchill. He's got Mystic Dan still to come in the Derby. This horse comes up with a victory, getting by the favorite.
Yeah, very nice effort, very patient, well-judged ride by Rafael Bejarano to run down Flashy Lass, who had no visible excuse. She cruised up under Eric Asmussen and just didn't find enough the last 16.
It looked like she was going to be a winner, but Paris Style came running late. She's been knocking on the door in her last couple, and I'm sure Kenny's very happy about this win. But as you said, Greg, he's had a big weekend, and I'm waiting to see if we're going to see Torpedo Anna in the Preakness.
Ooh, he said he wouldn't be scared about putting her against the boys. Lake Hamilton may be the best sprinter in the country. That's Skelly, 1-5 favorite right now, staying home here at Oaklawn. Trying to get Steve Asmussen closer to that record. And this horse is brilliantly fast. 9 for 14 lifetime.
And he traveled all the way to Saudi Arabia, ran well in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint, shipped all the way back and gets the Count Fleet. This is a horse that's 7 for 9 at Oaklawn Park as well.
I thought he was so impressive last time out. Didn't break that well either. The way that he finished up in that race, he loves sprinting there at Oaklawn, and he is very talented, especially with the top runners in the sprint division retiring this year.
Yeah, he's fun to watch. This race you can catch it live. We're going to be off the air. You can see it on NyraBets.com. They'll see what happens with one of the fastest and most exciting horses there is in training right now. Time for Derby selections. Take a look at the field, the current odds. I am shocked. You guys look at this board, maybe you can tell me what you think. 7-2 on Fierceness is incredible right now.
Yeah, I thought he would be shorter, to be honest. 9-2 on Sierra Leone. We knew they'd kind of be the big two. And how about 6-1 on Forever Young? He's undefeated coming in here. Japan looking for the first win in the Derby.
All right, selections time. Let's start with Maggie downstairs. Where are you going to wind up in the Derby?
I'm landing on Sierra Leone. You talk about being undefeated. Well, he's a nose away from being 4 for 4 in his career. The only defeat coming in that Remsen when he was really against the track, and Dornoch totally with it to edge him out at the wire. But we saw what he could do, getting back to a fast track for the first time in a long time in the Grade 1 Bluegrass. And yes, he's a deep closer. Yes, he's going to have to pick his way through traffic, but I don't mind the 2-hole for him to save as much ground until he has to find that right seam. For a long shot, I got a little interest in Stronghold. He's going to be my one that I use underneath. I find that he's really intriguing, come from the West Coast, and I feel like he's a little bit forgotten about. We'll see what Fierceness can do, Greg. I don't particularly trust him, but I'm not going to be surprised when he throws in a brilliant performance in the Derby.
Yeah, and then maybe afterwards we're going to think, wow, 7-2 on a horse who was this much of a standout. We'll see.
Well, that's what happens when you give people that many wagering options, right? The money's going to get spread around a bit. I am picking Fierceness. I don't subscribe to the idea that Fierceness needs the lead to win. I do think he needs to be clear. I think he drew a perfect post. All of the other potential speeds drawn inside of him, Johnny Velasquez will come out running. He will get his position going forward. I could see him laying anywhere, 1, 2, 3, 4, but in the clear. And get Johnny Velasquez his 4th official Kentucky Derby. He finished first 4 times, but unfortunately one of them was taken away.
Is my turn?
Keisha.
My turn, I guess. Obviously, the ladies are on the same wavelength in here as I agree with Maggie. I'm going with Sierra Leone. I think that Fierceness will either win or be off the board. And one thing we know about Sierra Leone, with the inside post for him, he's just going to drop back, be towards the back of the pack like he always is, and make a big sweeping move. But he has been able to do that, overcoming adversity, as Maggie touched on, with the bias when he won the Risen Star in a very wet track and a dark day as well, and in the Bluegrass after he was very tough to go into the starting gate. But I do like Catching Freedom. I think he's a horse that's continued to improve as we move forward, and hopefully peaking at the right time for these 3-year-olds.
All right, so you said first are off the board, so you believe the favorite is not going to hit the board in the Derby.
I'm tossing him today.
All right, see what happens. Take a look at our selections. Here's where everyone's going to wind up. I think Fierceness, too. I think he really won in terms of post position draw, and he can stay out of trouble there.
Yeah, I think that was the key to it. If he had drawn inside, I wouldn't like him. The fact that he's posted where he is made me elevate him.
Figures from him coming into this race than Justify had when he went on to win the Triple Crown. He's just, his last race, his Breeders' Cup Juvenile, so dominant compared to the rest of this group. Will his A race show up? We're going to find out very soon. We're back tomorrow. We hope you join us. Our next show, Sunday 2 Eastern start time on FS2. Will the 2-year-old champ bring his best and bring a 3rd Kentucky Derby to Todd Pletcher? Can Sierra Leone get Chad Brown, his first ever Kentucky Derby winner? He's also got domestic spending as well. Catching Freedom, Louisiana Derby winner. Part of a duo for Brad Cox. The Run for the Roses. It is happening. Next, we will see you tomorrow and recap everything that happened in Louisville.
In this
this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Can't get out of my mind. I saw him down at OBS with the 2-year-old sale. His breeze was spectacular. And then topped the sale. Everything he did in his career, breaking his maiden sprinting on the dirt.
Very, very impressive debut.
Winning a Grade 1, stretching out.
Breezing through the stretch. He's the real deal.
And then the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar.
He's just too good. Cornish wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
And then going on and being a champion 2-year-old, extremely difficult to do.
Obviously, Quality Road has done enough for all of us to understand what he's doing. I thought Wasted Tears was a very, very good mare, an Ashman mare. She obviously won the Ginny Wiley Stakes, also a course record holder in the Ouija board. So really good female family, good sire line, was delighted with him physically and was excited to breed to him.
It's very important for us to breed physical to physical and try to get the best physical cross. We're very happy with the foal we've gotten. He's got a great natural shape to him, a great hip, got a lot of power behind, very nice balance to him, plenty leg. You always like to see a horse have enough leg. Also, he's a very intelligent foal, you know, pricks his ears, has good presence to him.
This is a Cornish filly out of Anima Gemella. Been a standout since she was born. Very strong, very well made, good mover. Really, you know, everything we were hoping for.
You know, he's got a really sharp eye, good shoulder, neck set, nice top line, like the way he finishes out behind, but he really sort of travels over the gown smoothly and just has a real sharpness to him about his body and is exactly what I was hoping for, but I mean, we all know that hopes and dreams are not actually what they always pan out to be, so when they pan out, you double down.
Just from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility.